Welcome to session number 4 of our run through Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. We have arrived back at the flare pool, now with the ability to glide over lava as well as freeze it. And let's just dive in and take a look. Currently at 36% item completion. And with the lasso and the boost ball in hand, or on the suit rather, but with lots of other things that are known to us that will have to come soon, like the grapple and the spider ball. So we'll see how soon we pick those up, but today it looks like we'll properly explore the flare pool, currently having collected 3 of the 5 teleporter keys, with the 4th one awaiting us here. So yeah, the last time we were here, we got through the entirety of the ice belt. We also picked up the ability, again, to freeze things, to get through some of the curtains of lava that are here. We also upgraded the Viola suit, so the bike is now able to traverse over pools of lava like what we see here in the aptly named Flare Pool. We gave that a bit of a brief spin at the end of the stream last time before coming back here to save. And so now we'll be traversing this place properly for the first time. Let's get back into it. Okay. Forward and to the right. We can traverse over there properly with the boost ball. We had collected whatever was behind here previously. I think it was just missile expansion, but that curtain has returned. Anyway, here we are at the entrance to the flare pool. We know that, well, we'll have to sail across the lava somehow, which we're able to do. But where exactly would go with that, we don't know yet. Also, the presence of the green on the lava, presumably the green energy that is so central to the terraforming plot behind the demise of the Lemorne. That, I assume, maybe we can't drive over. Actually, I'm not really sure. We haven't really tried. But let's see if there's anything worth scanning that we can catch at this range. Doesn't look like it. But we'll go down and continue. We do know that there is a rather large obstruction down below that we cannot get through yet because we don't have the adequate arsenal on the Viola bike to blow it up. This over here, that's very similar to some of the materials we've seen out in the overworld. I actually scanned that before. We'll try it. Let's... Oh, can't be dismounted right now. Now we can. Yeah, we had. Quernasite. We need high-powered explosives, which we'll get for that eventually. Are we within scanning range of anything here? Well, we can scan while we're on the bike. Sometimes forget that. So, can we actually drive over this or not? Let's test. Yeah, seems like we can. Would not be advisable necessarily, but anyway, I can't quite point at my scanning target while I'm on the Viola hovercraft, as it were. But it looks like we'll need to cross anyway, and we'll just dismount and scan from there. Yeah, when you're on wheels, you can dismount. And then let's see what all this is. High pressure lava pump. Something tells me we'll be manipulating the lava level somehow. Or maybe not. I mean, you know, at the very least we need the ability to bust through the Quernasite. Prevents workers from entering the hazard zone. Yeah, so probably this will be a similar dungeon structure to what we saw in the ice belt, where we do everything and then come back here and The main gate opens a major thoroughfare for us. To proceed further. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, currently we know we can go through there. We might as well check the other side too, just to see what's going on with it. Regulation vents, what about these? Looks like we can turn those. Attaching wire for rapid ascension and descent. Ah, yes, okay. Because once you get the spider ball, you get to grab onto those nodes, which we saw in one of the optional rooms that we had seen before. And I don't remember what marker I used for that. I might have to go out to the world map for a moment. Now, can I get into one of my other maps for Chrono Tower, Fury Green, Ice Belt? Where was it? Well, no, it's Chrono Tower, then... Yeah, that looked like it's the mines that we'll have to go to eventually. Oh, curious, I can't find where the Ice Belt map was. Yeah, because I guess each of those zones are sectioned off like that. Oh yes, that's right, it was here. I'm just trying to remember what my marking scheme was for some of that, because, yeah, we had the whole column here that looked like it was spider column. Right, because I used these for grapple. I think we'll also use it for spider then. Trying to come up with a consistent pinning scheme. And yeah, that's not going to be informative at all, actually, but at least we'll remember there's a power up here. Perhaps. Or maybe we'll just mark it with a missile or something. I don't know. Actually, yeah, that might not be a helpful mark at all, actually, just... It's too big. We'll just have to remember it. I feel like Spider's going to come relatively soon anyway, so... Let's hop off. But of course, there's sometimes been... not surprises necessarily, but... You know, this game... follows the order that it wants, but it gives you the items that you want dispensed. But anyway, we'll need Spider to climb this. And so for now, we'll just follow the main progression over to the left. And turn on the lift. Okay, so here we are in an upper gantry, and then what do we need to deal with here? Distress beacon from the Galactic Federation. I guess there's going to be another Federation NPC to rescue somewhere here. So yeah, we'll probably need to do something about that cooling fan. And this will obviously be a morph ball passage. Flammable. Okay, sure. Let's set it on fire. I guess it really wants me to open a map. Yeah, in previous Prime games, they usually have a low waypoint or low hit setting that lets you ignore that kind of thing, or at least make it subtle so the waypoints aren't screaming at you. But this game is just tutorials on or tutorials off, and we did have a... Oh, whoops, boost ball. Bit of an unfortunate sticky situation in our first stream with tutorials off, but now I've realized a workaround is just to actually read about the power-ups and abilities as you pick them up, so... Oh, who's poking me? Oh, turret, okay. Should check that first, actually. Is this a new kind of turret? Let's take a look at this. Electric shocks, we don't have that, but that's obviously something for... Oops. That was unintentional. We were still in the scan. That's okay. And yeah, electric is obviously going to be the next progression that we want after ice and fire. It's pretty prominently gating a number of things on the map that we've seen already. This looks like just ice that you have to melt. Or actually, no, it's just glass. It's not ice. It would melt here naturally if it were ice. And we'll just charge beams for that in just a moment, but... Yeah, so the fan is... Oh, hang on. Let's cancel out of this. I always have to remember to cancel out of the scan. Anyway, ventilation system... Okay, so... What now? So... Fan is... online. What do we do with that information? Well... Let's see, it looks like we can probably boost ball up this passage either way, really. That's spider track on the other side over there. With missile. Yeah, we better mark it. I mean, you know, the front area is pretty obvious and visible, but this one we could likely forget, so... Let's just mark it like this. And... Yeah, so that's where we came in. Boost this way. Yeah, you boost the other way to get onto the spider track. That's going to account for that expansion. And let's take another lift. Did I actually denote the correct room there? Yes, that's right. Right room. Okay. Let's see. Okay, and then we'll just pull that. Simple enough. A lot of space to work with here. Seems like there should be a fight. Well, we'll see what this is first of all. To take a look. And then... Yeah, might as well check it. Looks like I'm being scanned. Then... Okay, this goes quite a ways in, actually. We should maybe check the other passage first. Just in case there's something to see there in the short term. Oh, this is just an elevator. Is it just a shortcut back down? I think it is. Well, let's activate it just to make sure there's nothing obstructing this passage. Yes, it's just back here. Now, this we can probably blast, so... Well, good thing we noticed. Right, because this door got shut from behind. So we just create a shortcut then. And that'll be simple enough. What's poking me? Sting. Okay. Now we continue. Now, something off to the side here. And it's flammable. We will check it first, I think. Don't have a whole lot of muscle memory going yet for the missile switching, but... Oh. This looks like it can be bombed. Okay. And it's just an expansion? Great. Lots of ammo to work with now. Okay, let's see what we can do about this thing. I mean, maybe we could be doing a better job of dodging the beams, but let's see what else there is that we need to be doing differently with this one. Oh. I'm taking a lot of punishment from it, though. Oh, trying to jump over that. That was a bit of a whiff. Yeah, I took a little too much damage there, but it's okay. Heat resistance suits. Well, we've got one. Right, okay, so there's some kind of morph ball passage probably that comes out of that hole. Simultaneous activation of both holograms. Ah, okay, so... Is that a sign I should be rescuing the NPC? Probably, but... Let's... see what's going on. This is just more signage. Save station. Very kind of them to label it. And yeah, so this is where their supply of green energy comes from. And then prevent solidification. Okay. So they get it from the lava, hence we saw it in the lava pools. Oh. But let's make sure I'm off the scan visor first. Okay. Anything else? Nothing of note here, I think. We do have the save station available. The nice thing about having the boost ball is that you can only traverse everywhere in style. Anyway, yeah, 2 simultaneous holograms. We will need the NPC for that. But, got a door here to check for... Oh, that's an electric lock? Yeah. Anything to the side to look at? Not really. And we'll inspect all of the infrastructure. Because that's what Metroid Prime is about. Okay, that's for the morph ball, obviously. And this will probably unlock on the other side. So there will be a boiler shutdown at some point. There's an electric gate over here. That's the boiler. It sure is boiling. And so we get the morph ball over there to spin. But once we've activated a control terminal for that, okay. That's fine. Let's hop in. I said, let's hop in. Well, good thing we've got some heat protection. Bring in here. So we've got a couple of different access hatches. Oh, there's the trooper. And there's a sergeant who's a grenadier. So yeah, it looks like I've got 2 terminals there. He'll have to assist with operating one of them, no doubt. And let's continue. Anything else we need to inspect here before we approach him and inevitably see some cutscene? Not that I can see.
Identify yourself.
Do you know who I am?
You're Samus. There were dozens of higher priority targets back at base. I doubt Fed Command would post their best hunter to rescue duty. We are stranded. I've been trying to figure out a way out of this room. My problem is that boiler is putting off enough heat to turn me into casserole.
His other problem is that he can't turn into a morph ball.
Connected to it, but the encryption on them is beyond anything I've seen.
Rather than a casserole.
Something tells me that's not an issue for you. Maybe we can turn the boiler off. I'd appreciate the assist. I'm Sergeant Ezra.
Anyway, we'll need to defend him at some point. And give him a proper scan now to put him in a log. Extremely capable combat veteran, you say? But he likes grenades. Oh, still missing 2 over here. Obviously one in one of the last zones. Well, we'll see. Yeah, we know that one in the northeast is almost certainly the mines. There's enough contextual clues that we've seen so far to understand that to be the site of the 5th key. What exactly that entails, we'll just have to find out. Now we can get out there and spin. Sure did. Okay, now we spin. Then... oh, we remember this from Prime 1. And yeah, I assumed that we'd need to ice it, but, you know, Oh, we'll get toasted in the meantime. Hang on. That's a lot of incoming damage, actually. Oh, and then we'll just wait our turn here. Oop. Hang on, let's maybe trail it over on this side instead. And there we go.
Huh. Thank you. Temperature dropping.
Totally according to safety procedures.
Where are we headed? I'll follow you.
Okay, anyway, I need him to be the second person to operate that other switch, obviously. So we'll take him back there, and then eventually we'll have electric doors to backtrack to. Well, after the fact. And of course, shutting off the heat will have affected something critical.
Oh, great. More lava.
Oh, I guess we needed to. Some of these out. Unless he wants to use his grenades. Oh, ice actually works out quite nicely against these.
Is that
As usual, we'll get into a ruined ball form and cutscene will pop us back out.
Armstrong? Do you read me?
Sarge, finally! I was starting to think I'd never break through the interference.
Well, I can read you loud and clear now, Private. Hopefully the signal will hold. Are you all right? Where are you?
I'm stuck. Not sure where, but there's a hologram in here with me. Looks like a cannon? I'm in a compartment on its south side.
Are you safe?
I should be. For now.
Hold tight. We'll find you.
Over and out.
That doesn't sound good. We need to find Armstrong.
Okay, so we'll be fed another waypoint all the way here. That is behind a conspicuously boss and key-like room. Down here in the Volcano Heart. But it does give you a large sense of the scale of the facility, so we'll get there eventually. Now, I did take quite a bit of punishment there. We should actually hit the save station to punish first. Stood in way too much fire. So Duke's taking a bit of damage, but if I save, does that do anything to his health, I wonder? If I didn't bother to take down a turret. Yeah, it totally recharged them. Okay. Now, do we need to defend him for the switching sequence? I guess we'll find out. Just need to lead him here, I guess. Does he know what to do?
You take one side, I'll take the other. There we go. We've got hostiles. Strange. This bot is offline.
Alternate configuration. Okay. Ghost protective suits and layers of coolant. Well, okay. I mean, can we just walk through it, or?
Can't see. My eyes just walked up.
I mean, can I just ball through it? Surely? Okay.
Let's get it.
Just want to see if I can pick which side.
On 3.
And we can. That wasn't exactly on 3. But works for me. Inactive mode. Command via psychic waves. Interesting.
So they're pulling green energy out of them.
Well, we knew the green energy was for a terraforming project, long since abandoned. But as for the supply currently used here, well, doubt.
Lava and using it for what? Why are all these bots offline?
Oh, it'll turn on, I'm sure.
Something with this containment system.
Now, this looks conspicuous. Oh, that's a log. Right, and we'll have to find some other ones here. It seems like I must have missed one in this area. Or we'll have to go back for one eventually. We'll find out.
I'll stay down here. I want to check upstairs.
That's just signage. We like scanning everything. Looks like there's a spider track up above.
I think this is the way. Great. We're locked in.
And we'll just turn on the lift. Same kind as before, yeah. Beam turrets. Okay, so we just fire a beam over there. That probably activates the bots too, if I had to guess. Well, obviously shatter this first. Okay. And then, where were we guiding this again? Can I see exactly? Well, that's good. Let's just fire it. And let's see if I can remember. Wasn't really paying the most attention to where to guide this. One moment, we can activate it again to see, actually. Can we? No, we can't. But maybe we can turn it on again. To touch it. Okay, let's see if we can find it. We're given this lengthy tracking animation of where to go to point it, but doesn't mean we have a very good idea. Let's take a look here. I might need to re-inspect this. Oh yeah, up here in little slot up top. Yep, we can do that. Need to drive that accurately. And in here should be it. There we are.
Nice work, Samus.
We'll need to defend him from the bots at some point, I'm sure.
Now let's go find Armstrong.
Anyway, there's a lot here that is to be done with spider tracks as well. We'll just have to remember that when we have the spider ball. That was the log we read earlier. Right. Okay, no, he's signaling that this is where we should proceed. Okay, we'll just get rid of that. Quality control. Well, let's see what this is. Ah, map station. We'll take it. And yeah, we know we'll have to come through here eventually. Let's mark this as well. As for spider. You know, we'll have to go back through there when we get the means to get through the thunder blocker. So yeah, it'll necessarily be
Excellent.
right side first.
Flying blind. What do we have here? They're pouring green liquid into this container. Is this where all that muck was headed? Looks like we're going up.
Energy diffusion cannon shell, interesting.
What are they doing loading this thing with green energy?
Well, we knew that green energy was originally used for terraforming, so technically this could work like the Genesis warhead from the Wrath of Khan. If they really wanted to. I kind of think it's not being loaded for such benign purposes, though. And, you know, benign in the planet-destroying sense.
More of those bots and some kind of artillery shell.
Yeah. Okay, got a lift over here. Can we actually tuck behind here at all? Not really, and well, not for anything interesting. I guess we don't have a good sense of where this is in time relative to everything else, but... Ah, yes, no, this is part of the terraforming project. Soul Valley must be returned to a land of abundance. So... It totally is the Genesis project terraforming warhead. Or was intended to be.
Hold the lift.
Clearly, things didn't go so well. A bit of psychic resonance from our own time.
Samus, what's wrong?
That's the psychic signal.
Waking up. Come on, let's take them down.
Are these new? No. They're just the same old soldiers as before. I should think. Oh, we could try going ice against them, perhaps.
Ice shot is slowing him down.
Ice just drops them, actually.
Keep going up.
It took a little too much punishment there, but we'll get to replenish along the way.
Come and get it. Grenade out.
Okay. Good. Duke's down about halfway though, so gotta be careful.
Takes more than that to break. Ow! I'm down.
Oh, hey. So we can heal him with a Psychic Visor. Oh, he's not even down at full... Hang on. Enter Psychic Visor. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Samus.
Okay. We actually hadn't seen that happen before, so... with any of the NPCs, but now we know what happens. That was a lot of punishment that I took all of a sudden, actually. Whoa! Okay. Not a good place to stand. Seems. Can I get over here a bit? Go. Whoops. I'm at low HP all of a sudden. That was unexpected. Hang on. Where am I taking so much damage from? Oh, up there, okay. Yeah. What are you... Go ice missile? There we go. There we go. Much better. Yeah, we'll get him. Where is he? Can't find him. Can't see him. So does he just bleed out slowly if I don't attend to him? I actually can't see where he is. I don't know where he went. Oh, yeah, no, he's actually on my radar, it seems. But I'd like to get rid of this first. Where is he? I thought we went up. Where did he go? Actually can't find him. You on my radar? Yeah, he is. He's... At least I thought so. I have no idea where he went. Honestly can't find him. Well, he'll just have to bleed out slowly while I, figure out where he is. Oh, right, because we went up the lift, didn't we? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's why. That's why. He's all the way upstairs. Well, good thing he bleeds out slowly. That he just doesn't give me covering fire while I do it this way then. Maybe hard mode isn't so generous.
Thank you.
Anyway, there we go.
We got action.
Good thing he's patient. Not that he had a choice. Okay. So yeah, Ice Blast Missile was the trick to doing that quickly. Discovered that a little bit too late when we already tumbled all the way down, but that's okay. Could have been worse.
Watch those shoots.
Okay. Oh.
Freeze them.
Whoop. some energy replenishment would be nice right about now. You know what? We have that charged ice shot as well. Okay, there we go. That was rather poorly played my part, but... Okay, that could have gone a lot better, but that's okay. Important thing is that we survived. Okay, that looks prominent. Like we're about to get the electric ability or something. Actually, no, because you would need to get a chip, like a thunder chip, and take it back to Miles back at base or something to eventually get that ability, but we'll see what we can pick up in the meantime. So, this is going to track the progress for the cannon shell, okay. Storage room, okay. That for a moment looks like it was totally going to be a save station, but I guess not. However, we have something electric here for storage, and then, oh, this is... Can I scan what it is, or does it just make me do this first? I guess we'll spiral this first.
Something funny's going on.
Yes, it is. Because that's the only way to inspect what's happening, it seems. So we can complete the spiral, but maybe there's something that we need to complete. Yes. More of the arc over here. And what do we have here? We've got an energy tank. Also a log. More importantly. And... Yep, they realized that they were trying to recover their own planet, and it really didn't work out the way they imagined. Also, I wonder if I was missing this log here or in the previous zone. But I guess we'll find out as we backtrack. Yeah, they thought they would rejuvenate their planet. Instead, they destroyed themselves. And seemed to produce all the grievers that were overrunning it as well. But anyway, that's it for this room. So let's continue and see what else we can do.
I think this is the way.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, it seemed like there was like a morph ball passage or something. Hang on. Well, we'll think about that in a moment. Come on. There we go. Okay, this looks like a new model. Few minutes, welcome. Time is flying by, you feel like you just bought Kirby Air Riders. Yeah, it's been such a huge season for Nintendo releases, just one after another. This has been out for a week. And I'm not that far in, I think. But yeah, currently at about, what, 40% or so with pickups. Did we scan this? Yes, okay. Let's try to ice this one as well. There we go. Oh, there's more. These ones have shields. I'm sure we just lasso them. And this one as well. Oh. Yeah. Frost and missile combo as usual. Yeah, a few minutes, you're going to pick up Expedition 33. Yeah. I was kind of trying to make time for that all year. I know it's on PC Game Pass, and so it's usually what I do sometimes is I'll take a month or so to just grab a month of Game Pass and catch up on things. And I don't know if that'll be enough time to let a game like that breathe, or if I'd rather just buy it outright, but I do plan to make time for it at some point. I've heard Clair Obscur Expedition 33 variously described as French Paper Mario and French Xenoblade, and both of those things sound very appealing. So, at some point we'll make time, but it probably won't be soon. And yeah, you think it's your Christmas break game on PS5? Yeah. And yeah, it does seem like, I mean, obviously it's been going over very well with everybody who's been playing it already this year.
Artillery like that.
And I know that people who are really into game music as well have spoken very highly of it, that apparently the orchestral score for it is something that's caught a lot of attention among people who follow game composers and soundtracks. Did I scan the material for this already? Yes, I did. Okay. So this isn't open yet. We need to find a hatch for it. Right. At some point, this connects down here. We need to find the appropriate hatch for it. One of these got to open up. Maintenance tanks must directly access the hatch. Well, one of these was supposed to get me down there. I guess maybe this comes back up from below, though, maybe. Doesn't look like it, though. It looks like it's supposed to be a secret passage down. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I'm on it.
And yeah, you're saying that it won the soundtrack award as well? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really follow the awards proper. I looked up a couple of the trailers for things that were shown afterwards, like the Mega Man that's expected in 2027. But I didn't really watch the show as such. Okay, anyway, let's... can we paint this bit? Here we go. Oh, no, that's him. Okay. Come on, switch back to ice first. Yeah, good thing we got, again, lots and lots of ammo. They do quite a lot of outgoing damage, though, so we've been probably taking more punishment than we'd be able to sustain in a harder difficulty. So yeah, B-Minutes, hope you've been doing well lately. I know you haven't been on stream quite as often as you used to, and I assume that's just a function of life being life, as it always happens to be for people who choose to stream or not. But I hope you've had a chance to enjoy Air Riders if you did pick it up. We did play through the road trip campaign on the stream to its true ending when it came out. And I still need to go back to the unlockable difficulty afterwards at some point.
It's below the cannon. In order to get there, we'll have to open the access gate and go in. To open the access gate, looks like we'll have to switch the facility into maintenance mode. Can you switch it to maintenance mode from here? Looks like we'll have to do it manually. Let's disable the clamp by going there directly. If we can disable both clamps, the facility should go into maintenance mode. And the access gate will open. The device we need is right next to Armstrong. Two birds, one stone. How do we get there?
Well, of course we have the very conspicuous
That's where we
boss-like room next to Armstrong as well, so that's clearly where things are going.
Armstrong, we found a way to your location. Headed there now.
Copy that, Sarge.
Yeah, B-Minutes, there's some kind of eligibility cutoff for the awards when it comes to release dates, but realistically what happens is that the late year releases from the previous year are reliably just kind of forgotten by the time you get to next year. For instance, I know that the Indiana Jones game that came out, I think maybe December last year, and it wouldn't have qualified for last year, and it would have gotten some recognition this year, perhaps, if people had bothered to remember. I know that in the past there have been some other late year releases as well that were in a similar situation. Who knows if, Xenoblade 2 back in its day would have gotten some soundtrack recognition if it weren't a December release. Xenoblade 3 obviously did get featured last year,
I don't think
I
this is
think.
the way.
No, not last year, 2022. My sense of time is completely distorted. But yeah, realistically, the way the press and the awards work is that if you release between, say, November and February or so, you just get overlooked in some sense, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't pay too much attention to things like the various industry awards, though. But they're more of a point for discussion than anything. Okay, so South Tram, North Tram. This looks like a save station. We'll do that. And yeah, in terms of the massive awards tally that you just enumerated for Clair Obscura Expedition 33, it looks like it had to be the kind of rare event where you had an indie production that was also something that had very high quality production values. You have to have those two things together and also be positioned for the top prize, which has rarely ever happened before, I think, because usually they just kind of have one or two token indie nominees, I think. But I find with the awards shows and the press in general that they tend to be trapped in a particular picture of what the game industry looks like that has not changed for some time, and which they have some trouble breaking out of. And so it's kind of achievement at all to have an indie darling that's also a spectacle, right? Which is my sense of what's elevated Clair Obscura for a lot of people. Anyway, no trams are running. We'll try the other side. This side kind of existed for the save station, as we would have expected. Oh, no, this was a save station. Wait, is he going to try to save? Or is he trying to encourage me to...
Getting close to Armstrong. Let's head for the train.
Oh, I just got locked in here for some reason. Okay, no. I accidentally talked to him, that's why. Okay. There we go. But yeah, I'll get to it at some point. I find that with me, I'm generally not too bad about backlog management, except for RPGs. And then RPGs just get piled up for me. Usually because of their length, where I think, okay, this is too long, I can't do it right now, let's put it off. And then I just end up with a backlog that consists almost entirely of RPGs that are too long. And something will have to give. Okay, so anyway, we've got a tram here. We'll take it. I'm just inspecting quickly to see if there's anything else to look at here. I guess we'll just proceed. They announced Deadpool for Marvel Rivals. I don't know the Marvel Rivals roster at all. I have not played it at all. I did play the strategy game Marvel's Midnight Suns last year, and Deadpool actually has a pretty big presence in that. I think he was originally a DLC character, but I only ever played the game in its complete form. I actually haven't watched any of the Deadpool films or Deadpool and Wolverine or anything like that, so my exposure to the character, I think, in recent memory has primarily been through Midnight Suns, where they do all the usual shtick with him being the one who breaks the fourth wall, right? Which I believe is what he's known for. But yeah, you're an RPG person. I'm sure you'll have lots to love about Expedition 33. From the little that I've heard of it. I've been staying off too much chatter about it because I do intend to play it at some point, and so I want to go in nice and fresh. I may in fact play it with a French language track, with English subs, of course. Since my French is alright, but, you know, maybe not great enough to do total immersion.
What chemical is that? They're dispersing it into the atmosphere. We better find Armstrong.
At least not for the first play. I did off-stream play my master mode file in Breath of the Wild entirely in French a few years ago to really make it feel like exploring a foreign country, and actually that was a fantastic experience. It was something that I had in mind for a long time as something I wanted to do. Yeah, you didn't stream it because it's fully voiced and it's serious and dark looking. Yeah, you have to kind of know your brand for your viewers, I guess. I find that I'm reluctant to stream RPGs simply because, you know, I speed through text and dialogue really quickly, and it's not a particularly good viewing experience. And the thing is, if I don't speed through it quickly, then it just massively inflates what is already a long playtime. I still have Persona 5 sitting around in my backlog, which I remember taking you about a year to get through on a weekly basis. And I can't decide whether I do want to do that on stream, because I understand that it disables the capture button on the Switch in the last act for whatever reason. And so I don't want to record it on one hand, but on the other hand, you know, it's just famously 150 hours long or something, right? So
While I was waiting, I was studying this hologram. I just... Wow. Samus? It's really you. I don't even know what to say. Is this a new suit? It's amazing. I love it. I love it so
Private.
much. Yes, sir. Right. Sorry. Private First Class Nora Armstrong. It's an honor to meet you, Samus.
Thank you. Samus would like to move the clamp here. Seen anything that'll do the trick?
Maybe, yes. I can't decipher the text, but I think this device here is an electromagnetic conduit, and it's connected to the clamp. So we just need to get it spinning and build up a charge.
Nice work, Armstrong.
Thank you, sir. This is where you come in, Samus. But, you know, I am here if you need anything.
Yes, Samus can handle it.
Yes, sir.
I need you with me. Patrolling.
Yes, sir.
We'll canvass the area. Who knows what'll happen when the clamp disengages.
You know, ever since they became more of a presence in Prime 3, I always... Well, we have to scan Armstrong first. Ever since they became more of a presence in Prime 3 going forward, I think the series has always struggled to make the Galactic Federation even minimally interesting, but I've actually found the NPCs comparatively endearing this time around. Anyway. Yeah, so she's a Samus fangirl. As we would expect a Federation trooper to be.
Really? Maybe I can get her autograph.
That's enough.
I'll totally give her the autograph. We'll use the psychic mind powers to trace the shape in purple. How does the arm to stabilize the cannon? Okay, that's obviously a morph ball hatch of some sort. To be pulled open. Maybe we should have grappled one of those hatches earlier. I don't know, but one of the ones that were not accounted for. We'll find out. Anyway.
Nice. Lasso. It is an honor to finally meet you, Samus. Aaron. Samus, Aaron. Samus, it's really you.
Can we talk to her some more?
Samus.
Have her be really, really starstruck.
Spin it up. If there's any way to get inside the device and spin it up.
Yeah, we've got a spinner. I only just noticed that on the left you can see their rank as well.
I'm just glad
Next to
all
their
is okay.
life bar.
Thank you, Samus.
Sarge, look. She's doing more fun.
She's so impressed.
Yes.
Like I said, very endearing. I think this is a game that understands that, you know, thus far the way the Galactic Federation has been characterized, that they've never actually been particularly competent. Okay, so we have to go clockwise. And so in Prime 4, finally, they actually start to own that a little bit. And embrace that the Galactic Federation is
I've been trying to
really
get
just a
that
bunch of
thing
red shirts
working for hours.
in Trek terms. Okay, so are we paying attention here? Let's see. Right, let's go to the
What's our mission,
terminal
Sarge?
here.
We're sticking with Samus. She's the only reason I found you.
Excellent.
I was too busy talking. I
That's what
didn't
was hoping you'd say.
think about what I was doing next. Right, we charged that up. Maintenance hatch over here. Okay, let's head back a spot. Also, but does this tell me anything new? It's been firing mode prior to reactivation. Wait, so... I totally blanked on what I was supposed to do just now. Let me think about this. A minor lapse of attention. It's enough to get you here. I was about to pop back. Oh, let me just toss it for a moment.
Let's go find the other clamp.
Right, find the other clamp. And... oh, I guess we just head over to the other end here, yeah. I mean, these two can operate this themselves now.
Open with the next one. This is all right. No way.
Yeah, because I guess we have to take it back out to the other side. I don't know if there was anything else to do on this end that we hadn't already inspected. That said, yeah, it's just a train gate. What is that back there? I just saw something marked. I guess not. We'll continue. We'll need to defend them both at some point, I'm sure.
So, Samus, what brought you to this facility anyway? Some super secret mission?
I mean, they all got kind of whisked here.
What are these? Some kind of keys? Is this how we get home? Oh, we'd love to help you find them.
We. Private.
Sarge?
Well, if it's the only way off this rock. All right, I'm in. Keep your head on a swivel, kid. Who knows what else is out there?
Copy that, Sarge. Ready?
Okay, let's pop out for a moment. And where are they headed? Whoop. Now, does he let her help me with the next one? I guess we'll find out.
Sarge, come on. I want to help.
No, really? Pulling rank here? Okay, here's another one. We'll boost through it. And this hatch, for some reason, is scannable.
Is the machine on?
Oops. Means power supply. Okay, we'll
Okay, kid, you're up.
All right.
Rip
My
that
turn,
open.
Sarge.
On three.
3.
I guess we couldn't have been one of the characters doing that, operating it ourselves. Down here we've got something, main power over charge amplifier. Okay, you need 2 switches. Alright, so we just get into this unit and hop up to each of the switches. Oh, hang on. Did I hit a dead end here? No, we'll have to redo it. Yeah, you go left first. Left. Right. Right. Just in time, actually. Very generous. The timer to accommodate that many mistakes. Such that it would be doable on a first reading, even with our level of sloppiness.
It worked. Come on back up.
No, clockwise. we go.
The access gate should be open.
Access gate.
All the way up front. Ah, yes, this gate. That's right.
Where's that?
Samus, you know the way. Want to check your map?
Okay. Let's head back.
Almost there.
Almost. Still need to... What the?
Taking fire!
Knuckle up. We got company. Couple more hits like that and this thing will go down.
Hang on! I'm punching it! We're crash landing! Brace for impact!
Mostly we were overdue for a bit of complication there, given... Oh, we're just actually at the North Terminal that we had mapped out previously.
Okay.
Guess that disables the tram.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Samus?
Looks like we're good. We should go before they come back.
You okay, Samus? That was a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that whole sequence there, going around and activating the switches, was a little bit straightforward, even by the standards of this game, so we were due for at least some semblance of complication, but we'll see where to go from this point. Okay. Is she getting a turn? So, do we get a chance to open up that passage that we wanted, or... Oh, let's scan it. Maybe that's the area boss or something. Negates all incoming attacks except for the cockpit window. Okay. Well, first of all, let's take these out. Come on, nice.
They're destroying our cover.
Well, that explains how we'll get to the Morphball passage later on, though, right? If it's destroying cover. Okay. We haven't been doing a very good job of avoiding damage. However, cockpit, you say, that's fine. Looks like it takes damage over here. I was wondering if we needed psychic missiles in the cockpit, but it doesn't appear so. We can just take manually. Psychic beam rather, not psychic missile. But,
Heavy damage. Keep it up.
okay. Oh, let's take out some of the incoming projectiles, of course. Just need to reacquire the lock when we see projectiles incoming. Some more, I guess. Oh, didn't mean to strike directly into it, but there we go. And there you go, that opens the passage. Exactly like we wanted. Oh, here's silence. Unless, of course, it's just illusory silence like last time.
Really messed up that door, though. We'll have to find another way inside.
It's right there. This is as far as we go, kid. It's up to Samus now. This whole facility's coming down, but we can stabilize it back at the control room. Buy you some time. You know what you need to do. Go get that key. And be quick about it, yeah?
Samus! We won't let you down.
Okay. Well, I guess that's the required route. I'm going to scan it anyway since it's green and it lets me.
Samus, we're in the control room.
We'll get set up in here. See what you do.
Nope, goes this way. Open this up. Okay. And now... who's here? New model? Let's scan him and find out what he's all about. The bot, not the door. Cybot Shocker. Okay, so we just jump when he lands. Oh. Okay, that's up and running.
Okay, we found a way to access the emergency systems.
Might work, with everything locked down after the explosion.
Stay positive, Sarge. We can do this. We have to.
Okay. Whoop. Let's freeze it properly first. Whoop. I mean, I guess we could go down through the shortcut that we previously mapped out already. And there we go.
It's gonna get hot in here.
Let me reroute some of the... Oops, never mind.
Keep trying, kid. We'll get back to you, Samus.
Okay, now let's see. Well, at this point we have to get on a bike, for sure. Speed limited, you say. Well, the hatch is open, so we'll see what we can do from here. Might be an all hovercraft sequence at this point, actually. All hovercraft boss, maybe. Oh, we get to surf. Well, rather large creature to keep in a tank over here. Scan it. Fenris. Or Fenoros, one of the two. Aura-based life form that inhabits flare pools. Magdrada volcano. Okay. Sustained by the green energy in lava. The form of organic tissue. Okay, fine. Let's drive. I think we're overdue for a vehicle boss of some sort. Now we can't really point the vehicle projectiles very well. But we'll just try to tail it a bit. See what we can do here. See if we can lock on to targets once they submerge. I have to get a hang of the controls here again. It's, yeah, A only to lock on. There we go. Just try to hit the weak points. Bit out of practice with a vehicle combat, not having done it very much in the open desert in Soul Valley. But oh, can we scan those? We should scan those. If we can. Energy diffusion cannon. No, not these ones. These ones? There we go. Oh, hang on. I was getting the right thing for me here. Yeah, you can't really aim very well while you're in the vehicle. I'm trying to scan these guys in the pools. It's not the fusion cannon, is it? No, these aren't cannons. We haven't finished scanning these yet. Can I? Yeah. Hang on, we're just going to roam around and try to get that scan. If we can. There we go. Almost. No, except it locks on to something else completely. After these come down. So we have to get one as it's coming up, basically. Otherwise they just dive. Cannon lift hatch. No, that's something else. Just having trouble locking onto the intended target here. For this scan. So it's clearly a scannable creature that we don't have yet, but we'll need to roam around a bit to lock onto it properly without latching onto absolutely everything else around it. Finally, there we go. Blowhopper. Took way too long to get that. Okay, now we can fight. Okay. Nice little triple lock on there.
But the containment systems are failing.
Let's see what else we need to hit here. Any other nodes yet near the back? Oh. One right by the tail. Got it. Okay, phase 2. I mean, she generates the bike herself with a suit, though, right? So, does it matter that the hovercraft got chopped? Maybe it does. Okay, phase 2, let's scan. Metroid Fusion. So I guess we'll go over to town. Oh. We'll put the nodes on the side yet. There we go. Then it exposes the town. There we go. More ball to dodge, yeah. Whoop. Hang on. So, yep. There we go. I mean, setting his tongue on fire probably won't do much. I'm guessing. But we might want to be on ice anyway. Just actually, we should try ice. You'd think ice would be good against us. Is that impactful? I'm just looking at the life bar here. Determine that. Whoop. I guess we'll break free once again. Spamity spam. And then take down the remaining node, and then maybe we'll get something good going here. Yeah, no, it's more efficient to just use the beam. That looks of it. Okay, down to about half, so maybe a second pattern in phase 2. Oh. Okay. Slightly faster reaction time. Okay. Well, in the Prime 3 tradition, there's another sort of target around the lock-on fight. Actually kind of underserved. Has a kind of encounter outside of the Prime series. Okay. Okay, we can get a little bit of replenishment here. Just try to take... Whoa. Pull that down around the side. Yeah, there's a pretty big tell on that attack. We just haven't been dodging it well. Oh, there we go. Once again, we have to break out of the chomp. It does do a little bit of damage, regardless, even if you do break out. Not too much, about 10 or 20 points, I think. Okay, this should get us a little further. And we'll poke that tongue. Yeah, much better to just spam our way through this. Rapid fire. Most of the way down, actually. Oh, that counted as dead? Okay. It seemed like it had some health remaining. I need to finish it off, don't I? And morph ball into it. Will not recover if its core is destroyed. Viola can't be summoned though, so how do we get over there? I guess we need to find out. I mean, I can't just dive into lava, surely. Nope, hang on. How do I get over there then? Oh no, you know what? Psychic beam. I was thinking, isn't that a morph ball passage? Nope. Psychic beam will do it. Let's just work our way in. Work our way in. Right down the gullet. No, come on. Uh-oh, we totally missed. Alright, I guess we have another round. Yeah. That's what happens when you miss. He only recovers 2 nodes, though. We're going to totally lose this fight because of that mistake. A little aiming error there. Okay, no, that's fine. Let's try again. I'll come down first. Oh no, we actually have to hit the tongue first. Hang on. Hit the tongue, bring it down. Okay, now we do it. Now let's aim properly this time. Before somebody tries to send a tutorial message at me. Now we're at pretty low energy, so another round of this will probably be the end of us if we're not careful. Let's actually steer it this time. It is responsive to motion, which is much better for steering in some ways. Yeah, way easier to do this with motion control, actually. Anyway, what do we get? Grapple. Or is that spider ball? I think it looks like grapple. It is psychic grapple. And we'll pick it up. Okay, spider ball will be a little while longer, I guess. Despite all the spider tracks in this zone. But we know of many places that will respond to grapple already. So we're on the map. And the psychic grapple points can be materialized. Right, we've seen those. Well, let's pass this little traversal test first without falling into too much lava. Oh, that's interesting. It's like the hook shot this time. Very different from the typical grapple. It's like the Twilight Princess double claw shot. Anyway, there's key number 4. And we have an escape sequence.
Need your help with the escape pod.
Okay.
Meet us up in the control room.
We can't leave without you. If you don't make it,
Where do I grapple from though? Oh, there we go. Okay. Then let's grapple. Before time's a wasting. Okay, this is kind of your escape sequence over here, I guess, so we'll obviously take the time to scan everything. Powerful impact, yeah. Oh. Good thing we had our health replenished here. Yeah, so grapple works very differently this time. It's not just... well, it is partly a grapple swing, but it's not just a grapple swing. It also works as a hook shot, it seems. We'll, of course, take the time to scan while we're under time pressure. And not like that was even required for any kind of log. But, oh. This is a boost ball area. No, it's not. Hey, wait, it's not? Oh, it has a grapple, okay. Come on. Let's get into the correct visor.
I'll pry this panel off. See if I can hardwire it.
Okay, so we lasso first.
It's not working. I can't fix this thing.
How can we...
we can hold out.
Don't have a grapple point here yet. Do we need to open one up? Hang on a moment. Or do we just need to jump for it? We need to jump for it. No. Oh, because I'm in the wrong visor. Yeah, okay. No wonder. I have my left hand out in any way. We should be able to tell that I'm still in the psychic visor. Okay. Then here we just go point as before.
If you don't make it, if we run out of time,
And
I don't want to think about it.
from here, blast this thing, I'm sure. A little bit toasted. Once again, we'll get into the correct visor this time
Anything you can do to
for
help?
grappling purposes.
Trying, Sarge, believe me. It's just not looking good. There she is. Sis, over here.
Okay, so we got an escape pod. A minute 42 to go. Oh yeah, they're here. There's a panel to activate for the manual launch. Sure, let's launch them.
Samus! We need your help. We can't activate the escape pod yet.
It must have been damaged at some point. We need to find a way to manually override the system.
Well, there's a manual override switch right beside us, so. Let's override the system.
Understood. Lock in, Private.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have my own way out. We should have stopped for a moment to see if they had extra dialogue to rush you along, but that's okay.
Samus? Samus! No! No! We can't just leave her!
You can leave me.
She'll make it out.
What is even the point of hero worship if you're not going to trust your hero? A little bit of faith would be in order here. Anyway, we have to get back to the facility at some point to collect all the spider ball related collectibles, so we're not done here. But practically everything there is locked behind spider ball, so we'll have to grab that first. And electric, of course. Lots of electric gates. Okay. Now, there's a lot that we can do with the gravel that we've met previously. There's the debris over there. So these ones I marked for electric doors. Volt Forge had a sequence that was all the way down to the basement, I think. That was in one of the towers. Can I do this? Let's see. Yeah, mark that for the grapple down below. That seems like a natural place to check. In Volt Forge Tower 1. Don't remember if there was anything that critical in Ice Belt for that, but we'll take a look here. I might have marked it. Yeah, a couple of points that seem grapple related. Seems like it's mostly bonus pickups and such, but... And yeah, one that I marked here that I believe was Spider Ball. But it seems like in terms of actual progression, that it's likely to be bottom of Tower 1 in Volt Forge. That is where we're likely to head. There's also this part over here. We'll see. I'm sure there will be a bit of excessive backseating from the NPCs about this anyway, so... Let's, for the moment, maybe go Volt Forge first. Follow the southern boundary. We'll actually try to map out a bit more ourselves as well, although I think I'd traverse the extent of what I was able to. Coming out of here. So yeah, lots to go back for eventually. And we'll map out what we can by just going straight, I guess. Play a bit of that Emerald Rush, and yeah, of course we're going to get excessive waypoints from Mackenzie. We're not wondering, I know exactly where I want to go. He's going to try to signal things to me anyway, but... Yeah, a couple of these I've marked as being electric required. So obviously we deal with that just yet. There's a lot that we'll want to go back for in Flare Pool. Let's just try to fill in these 2 hexes first. Just for the sake of filling things out. And then from here, well, we can try the grapple point over there first, and then we'll do Volt Forge afterwards. So yeah, this area I marked out as being grapple relevant. We'll see if that was actually accurate here. Just a moment. When we also take out as many nests as we can, I'm sure. Oh, more grievers. Soaked in green energy. So yeah, I hit some kind of grapple requirement here. It looks like that must be it. It's just for the missile on that side. I don't know if there's anything else to look at on this structure. You know something new about them. Exposed to a second green energy shower, yeah. So that's the pretext for how they scale with your story progression. You should maybe rescan the flyers as well. Since we're soaking a bit of everybody. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll encounter plenty of those. Anyway, we can take off the grapple marker at this point. Still a mech part relevant to this at some point. But there's also this. Chest protector for a golem. Yeah, at some point we'll just have to come back for that when Mackenzie is ready to construct that thing. So it is available. Anyway, we'll double back to Volt Forge fairly soon. Let's maybe map out a single hex first. Oh, not enough speed here to ram that. Okay, and then let's go back. We're looking for the thunder chip or electric chip or whatever they'll call it. There's a fairly obvious shrine for upgrading it as well, the way that we upgraded the ice and fire projectiles. Well, I guess we'll take those out while we're here. Actually, we could just skip that. Get in here immediately. This is already Tower 1, so let's pop out. Yeah, we know. And we're going to take the main lift down to the area that we had marked as being grapple gated. Might as well hit a save point first, why not? A little down in health. Okay, in terms of the main lift, I guess we'll follow the whole original course down. Yeah, more bots to deal with. Also, new thing to pull. We will check that. I actually not been here last time, huh? Where does that send me? Oh, whoops. There. Collapsed catwalk. Oh, all the way down. That's effective. Right, because then we've got a shortcut passage over here that's entirely with the grapple. Although maybe we shouldn't grapple directly into all of that immediately, and more likely to intercept. Yeah, we'll just let him pass. Yeah, just a little shortcut passage. I don't know that there was any optional pickup there that we had to fail to spot. But it gets us to the lower floor immediately instead of going through any of the middle passages. Okay. Taking way too much damage here, actually. I need to dodge these beams a bit better. Yeah, instead of just constantly switching between ice and missile, better just stay on ice for some of that. We've been here previously with a... Oh, was there any reason why we might want to... back in here? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Yeah, straight across, lower level. Okay, this is where you needed to grapple across the floor. And yeah, it's going to use the hookshot type mechanic to latch onto each successive point. And I guess we just fall here. Whoop. Hang on, this is not something I can stand on. Can I get out of here safely before I die? Come on. Yeah, I saw something that I could grapple over there and pull with the lasso, rather, but hang on. We're out of low energy here. Let's see if we have a good point for replenishing. Not really. Well, we'll just need to be careful this time. So. Wait, how come I missed? Wait, I didn't see... Okay, this is like the second death we've taken in the game. How did I not fall into the appropriate platform? I guess we'll go back to the save point. Good thing I took it. Anyway, between saves, did it retain the passage that we took, the shortcut? We'll find out in a moment. I'm not quite sure how I missed there. But yeah. Fine, we'll do the pathway. Shouldn't have taken so much damage on a previous fight to begin with. That was really a big part of the problem. Oh, we did actually have an expansion here. I didn't realize. Well, okay. I guess that's one benefit of coming back here. I didn't realize that it was something tucked behind. Who would not have spotted that? Okay. Now for this part, which we rather had too many issues with previously. Okay, that was at least a quick return here. Now let's see what happened this time. How do we miss that at the end? Yeah, because maybe that collapses and then you do have a limit of time before you have to go back up there or something. I don't know. We'll find out. Because we definitely fell off of this. Yeah, that looked a bit unstable. So back there we have something that we can pull, but we don't have a safe way to go down there yet. However, if we pull from here, then we kind of have a return passage through. I sort of wanted to see that, actually. To our great peril. Let's see what's through here first. Lift, okay. Rather unwise to go to try for that first. Morph ball passage goes behind here and gets you something. Oh. There we go. Shot expansion. Oh. Guess we need to bomb this guy out of the way unless we go boost ball through him. Yeah, boost ball will just kill him. Now, of course, when we get out, we're going to take a ton of damage on the floor, so we'll need to mind that and get our way back to the start as soon as we can. This time, let's not miss when we jump. Okay, nothing else here, I think, so we'll just continue this way. Okay, we're in the power core. Looks like it's fairly likely that we'll get the electric weapon here. Do we need to fight for it? I guess we'll find out. You see some grapple points all about. This looks like it's what you might need in case you need to get off an electrified floor, and we should keep that in mind. Unless it's meant to be a part for starting to climb, which don't see to be the case just yet. Looks important, though. Yeah, I bet we need to get off the floor in some time-sensitive fashion. This one over here looks malfunctioning for sure. Okay. And we'll yank that. And what do we have here? Is that the electric chip? Circuitry from an electricity amplifier. Well, naturally we'll just touch that with our bare hands, right? There we go, thunder chip, and we'll bring that to Mackenzie. Is the floor gonna light up? Here's Silex. Okay, let's scan him. Electrical shock arm cannon, and he's blocking further scans. Okay. Toast him. Now there are a lot of grapple points all over, which tell me there's probably going to be something involving getting off the floor. Oh yeah. Whoa. I guess, no, we need to get all the way to the wall point. And we can shoot him from the wall. That's how to do it. Absorb some energy while we're at it. Oh, then we probably want to get out. Yeah, okay, so that's how you do the fight. You just swing over to the wall. Make sure you hit his projectiles. There he is. Just melt him from here. Simple enough. And you can retract all that with a charge beam. And then just get off and start shooting. Oh yeah. It's really not too bad. Where'd he go? He's gonna walk over with... Oh, he's down below, okay. Can I just... Surely I can't. Oh, stood there too long. Okay, yeah. Getting into close quarters here. Just a few more shots, so should do it. Okay, not too bad. Good thing we noticed the wall grapple points ahead of time. Also, we can unmark this. I guess we might as well let ourselves get railroaded by the main quest and get sent back to Mackenzie right away. No longer electrified. Huh, interesting. Given how many things open up with the Thunder Chip, I guess it makes sense to maybe actually follow the prescribed course. Oh, and I guess we are making it up the slow way, unless, of course, we can grapple back to the shortcut passage, which will be across. I think the shortcut passage was reversible, but we'll find out. Not dealing with those. And yeah. Straight back up. It as well hit the save. Yeah, so much opens up with the combination of grapple and thunder. I mean, after that, the one thing we know we're missing is Spider Ball. There may be some other traversal tools besides, but... Well, and whatever blows up the hardest rocks. But in terms of the known progression blocks, those would be the ones to be aware of. Is this gonna lock, or can we get out? Okay, I guess we'll get outfitted with the power of thunder. Soon enough. Miss all of the gems. Minerals. Yeah, Flare Pool was a bit straightforward, I think. It was very much pure action sequence. Not a Metroid game without at least one 5-minute escape, of course, but...
Come on back to base camp so I can take a look.
We'll see about getting fitted with an electric weapon, and then there's lots to poke around at on the map after that, so it'll finally open up a bit when it comes to our available options. Yeah, they have become greener than usual. Thank you for the raid from the Gaming Sage. Let's try to write out the shout out here. Just one moment. Let's do this properly. When I have my keyboard. Hope Age of Imprisonment has been going well for you over there. I did see you're pretty far in. And no, nothing's bugging me here. I just had to put down my controller for a second and type, which took me a moment to kind of put together, but we did it in the end. Yeah, no, I was mistyping the shoutout command when I was trying to give your channel some acknowledgement. So I hope you had a fun session over there. I completed the main story for Age of Imprisonment shortly before I started this game, so there's a lot, as you might expect, from a Hyrule Warriors game to return to afterwards, but I'm going to save that for some other point further down the line, I think, given that more patches and the like are still coming in. But yeah, I hope you're having fun with that, and enjoying the various party compositions that you can put together. And just generally wrecking things for Ganon and friends. I haven't replayed any maps in Age of Imprisonment. We were definitely missing a few things, perhaps. Generally, though, for all of the maps that you were able to buy the bonuses with the tickets for. I got the tickets to locate the treasure chest in the Korok Seas right away, so whenever possible, we just swept the map for those on the first try. And you might have noticed already from some of the individual side quests for the characters that some of them do seem to indicate that you should be replaying levels to let them tag various bosses or mini-bosses, I think. But I didn't fill in 100% of those by any means. We completed a few characters, but only a handful. Okay, let's see about the electric weapon. Yeah, because occasionally, because it has to be the character who actually tags to kill at the end for those objectives, I would forget to switch to the right character at the right time. And as you were saying, Grimgara being the prime example, because there are multiple characters who ask for that, and you might not even get to that stage of the quests until after you've already defeated that boss, so...
Holy cow! Samus! I knew you'd make it out of there. Because you're Samus Aran.
You're not dead. Excellent.
Sarge, come on. She saved our lives.
Yeah, I know. Glad you made it out. Thank you. Anyway, we could use a breather. Let me know if you need anything. Let's go, kid.
Glad you're okay. Don't know what we'd do without you.
Okay, so let's get the electric weapon, and so everybody's back to base.
What about that? Wait, hold on.
And they'll just have to get along here. Our little Federation force. Where is...
How about now?
well, Mackenzie needs to get over here and give me my beam, so...
Almost got it.
Oh yeah, he's doing a little patching up, I
Hey,
guess.
Samus, I was finally able to get here after my leg was fixed up.
Hold still.
I am.
I'm almost done.
He's been saying that for an hour.
All right,
And
how's
yeah,
that?
the gaming
Better?
stage, welcome to Lurk as always,
I can't see.
as you're winding down for the day. And thank you once again for the raid.
What about now?
Good.
Welcome back, Samus. You found a new chip, right? Let me see it.
Okay, give me the power of lightning. Does he need to get back to his desk first? No, I can talk to him right now, right? Want to face me to talk? Talk? How do I get the talk prompt?
Watch
So I need
it.
to bust that box. Or let him walk, I guess. Hang on.
I'd love
There we
to
go.
see the chip myself. but
Okay,
could
you
wait
do need to
until
let
we
him
get
walk
the
back.
holotable?
Alright, then walk back. Get over there. We can talk to the fangirl private in the meantime, I guess. Or, well, everybody's turning and not facing me. There we go.
Mackenzie told me we can get home by using a teleporter. Wild.
Do we get a talk prompt here? Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help find the teleporter key.
Okay. Power of lightning.
Let me see what you brought me. This also looks like a circuit with a chip inside. This one's gonna be fun. Just like I thought. With a few tweaks, you'll be able to use a new shot. Sometimes I surprise even myself. This one's a beaut.
And of course, we'll power this up at the appropriate shrine. And just comb through the
Presenting the thunder shot.
various zones we've been to so
Electric shock is
far.
effective against mechanical mechanical enemies. And I think you'll be able to provide electricity to devices. What do you think? All right. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help you out.
Okay. What else did you want to say?
Can unlock blockers and provide electricity to devices.
Yeah, we know that. Okay. Now, there, of course, is the third gate over here. We'll do that in just a moment. Also, how are we doing with green energy? Not enough yet for next upgrade, I don't think. However, this thing here. Current has passed the electrodes at both ends. Have we not done that? Let's do this and this. And there we go. There's your Thundershot tutorial. Love the design of the beam, actually. As in the actual beam weapon itself. Okay, last segment over here. Let's finally see it. Wait. Removed. With a surge of electricity. Isn't that a surge of electricity? Or do we need to do something else here? Oh, no, I'm using my standard beam. I wasn't firing my actual auxiliary beam. Just hitting the wrong button there. It's very silly. Also, I've just remembered that we were missing that one log somewhere in the last zone. I'm sure that's something we can go back for, though. The element of lightning is a prophecy. A flash and a roar will guide a path that is taken to the Lemorne's far tomorrow. When lightning binds with the way of the instrument, vivid colors and rich accomplishment are brought to each day of the Lemorne. Yet, one must not be arrogant. The path on which the Lemorne strive will lead us beyond the use of such instruments. Okay, let's scan each of these. You have different psychic points. Oh, I see, because we can turn them and swivel them to perhaps connect. I was hoping to just connect them, actually, but I suppose what happens is you can join them. Let me try to scan the outer area. Conductive metal and stone. Yeah, you do need to join them. You can adjust their height as well. Okay, I see. That's better. Because then you can plug them all into the middle, perhaps. Then rotate. That's not connecting yet, though. Doesn't look like that's going to be close enough to be conductive. Oh, but then you can charge this and then it's going to spread. Okay, yeah, I see it. No, you need to charge it using... let me think about this. So then how do we charge each of these nodes? Do we... hang on. Right, okay. Hit each node, and then... There we go. And there's your shot expansion. Great. Okay, so much for that. And then... Now we head back out and then comb through the existing areas. Ice Belt, for instance, definitely has a thing or two for us to progress through. And there's our energy tank bonus for obtaining all three. Where did that go? There are. Okay, so... Port back out at this point, I think. Now we found lots on the map to interact with. So we'll just go through as much of that as we can. Thinking probably Ice Melt first, although we've got a lot of points to hit. This, for instance, is probably what gets you the advanced version of the Thundershot, and so that might be worth prioritizing, since it is one of the shrines and would correspond to the other two. Yeah, I really wish I could have an orientation lock on the top right radar, but that's okay. We'll make do. Also, there's a gate over here we'll check. At least I've marked it as such, having scouted it previously. Oh yeah, no, you just need to jump around. Over here. Then while you're up here, you can't mount up, but here's the gate. That's the additional boost, the looks of it. Okay, I guess we'll sweep some of these hexes here and then head down to the shrine after that. Just trying to fill in the hex and then head back this way. This will likely be the charged thunder shot. But we'll find out. Okay, 2 nodes over here. We'll need to guide them somewhere. What's on the floor? Water, green energy, okay. No grapple points necessarily, but... Oh, okay, yeah, we can move platforms. Then we just exchange them one at a time. Can I grab it? Or too far? Too far, I guess. Socket motor removal, but... Okay, we'll make it. We'll need to grab one and move it over here. That's a little too far, though. Right? No, we can pull it. Oh, except... Lost it. Here we are. Oh, that was it. Oh, super ice shot. Interesting. Although this was behind lightning. So, yeah, more ammo. But more power. So yeah, I guess the shrines don't just give you one tier of upgrade per weapon. You do get a few more things going on. 10 ammo at a time, okay. So it looks like there's going to be a partial charge and a full charge. It'll be the ice spreader equivalent in this game. Well, I guess that just means we have even more shrines to uncover. I mean, there's a lot of the map up here that we haven't seen yet, so that will presumably be part of it. It says this is the Ring of Thunder Shrine. I thought we'd been to that one, though. This was definitely one for the... Oh, I'm trying to remember actually now. Because I thought we got charged ice and charged fire from one each, but... Maybe that was inaccurate. Maybe I did get ice from this one. Let's actually check this one again, because it's not marked as being gated, but it could be the one that gives you the thunder bonus. I just don't remember.
Thundershot will open up areas that were locked before. You may want to explore some of the places you've already been.
Okay, here we are. Now, I think we've been through here previously, but was this one that we'd solved? Ah, yes, we need to power up around here, I believe. Yes. Electrify all simultaneously. Right, so we need to create the connections by raising these. And just electrify the whole ring. There we go. Oh, and that's it. And charged thunder shot already consumes additional ammo. Yeah, we'll see how much. Increases the length of the chain. Well, there's a lot of the map that we haven't fully mapped out yet, which would no doubt reveal a few more shrines as well. We'll likely want to go back to Ice Belt, though. Look at those creatures down there. I don't think we'd scanned those before. They would let me give them a scan, of course. There they are. surface for long enough. Yeah, we're just gonna try to catch the scan. Varmis. Okay. Don't remember what that was gated behind, but we'll reveal more of the map first. Alright, it's this part here. Yeah, we don't actually know what to do with that cell yet, do we? Anyway. Kinda want to try out the new charged ice shot. That's a lot of ice. Try the new charged thunder shot as well. If we so wish. That's mostly for chaining effect. You don't really need that against one. Yeah, I think we'd already kind of looked here previously, but we knew there was the transfer pod over here, which I don't think we can do anything with. At the moment, we just need to wait until the mech is going to be assembled eventually, as it will be. Just trying to reveal more hexes. And we'll see if we can pop some more shrines along the way. Interesting looking land bridge over here. Yeah, there's a lot that we can't destroy just yet. We'll look around a bit anyway and see what else we can reveal. Don't need to do absolutely all of the map right now, of course, but we'll see what we can paint. Oh, there's something. Boost ball. Haven't seen these before. Have we? Oh, that was actually a mistake, but we'll Go with it. Well, what is this that we've just opened up? Moat. Where does this moat go? We'll have to find out. Or down below, perhaps? Looks like it could be. It's not it, but at least we have a source for that. We do need to plug that into something. This looks like something here. Rather. Yeah, the shot ammo is located here, but then... Oh, I see. More small passage. That just let you see through, I guess. Then why would we need the moat? Because there's got to be something that plugs into. Right, okay, and we put it up in the skylight. Okay, let's go back up. Oh. Right, this was already in a down position. Wait, no. Yeah, no, this is where we came in. So we take this and put it up in the ceiling instead. This looks like a spider track. It means we won't be able to do this yet. Yeah, it's all spider track, so we'll need to come back for this one. What marker do we want to use for spider? Guess we'll do that. Although that's going to get confusing because we were using that marker already for some things that were electric. So maybe we'll... Yeah, we might as well do that to just make sure I know that this shrine is one that we need to return to. And so we don't confuse it with the other ones. I can change over the marker to the Samus S later. Which usually indicates a suit, but... Yeah, can't finish this without spiders, so we'll get out for now. We're just going to fill in these hexes here, and then after that we shall see. Okay, might as well go west a bit here and continue to do some more mapping. In a roughly northeasterly direction here will also unveil quite a bit, I think. I see a bit of a glow to the left. Be something else worth looking at?
There's still some unexplored areas in Icebelt. Want to
I-
investigate further?
Was going to investigate further, but now that he's begging me to do it, I think we'll put it off instead. Oops. And he's just begging me to go that way. We'll probably get something critical like spider off there, but yeah, we already have tutorials off. I really wish there were a low waypoint, low backseat setting. For those of us who do want to get a bit lost. And even so, you know, it's fairly straightforward where to go in this game, I think. Okay, did we manage to get the hex? Yeah.
If you're not sure where to go, you can always call in and ask me. You can reach me through the radio command on the map.
He's just begging to help. Doesn't seem to take a hint from the silence. Okay, we'll just continue to map out some of these hexes over here. And just see how much we are able to uncover. This looks like a new site that we hadn't looked at previously, so here's already something interesting. Gotta get on. Take out the last one. Okay, let's take a look over here. Oh, whoops, wrong beam. Here we go. It did say electric current. Anyway, yeah, so we have the parts available. Over here, let's see what if there's anything interesting to look at inside. Perhaps not. On the other side, however. Okay. Nothing much else that we can see here. But yeah, we freed up another part. That's important here. And we'll do that little cluster after we've swept up a few more gems. Probably in that big cluster there, we'll find at least one more shrine. I mean, we know that probably at minimum you have the super level upgrade for each of the 3 shots. So we have the one shrine that's gated behind Spider Ball that we've already seen, and probably there'll be something else similar to that. One of them keeping Super Thunder in reserve, one of them keeping Super Fire. Wish I had a better way to see whether we're uncovering the hex, but kind of reminds me of what the Wii U gamepad did to benefit Wind Waker when Wind Waker got his HD port. Where just by having a simultaneous map uncover in your hands while you explored, it was much easier to defog everything. Actually, a couple of dual screen games made use of that on the Wii U. I remember the first Guacamelee actually being a very prominent example where you could just run around without pausing and have the map uncover steadily, since it was all visible on the second screen. It's kind of too bad that the sort of Metroid and Metroid alike renaissance largely came a little too late to take advantage of the dual screen era. It persisted for so long over DS, 3DS, and Wii U. It was always kind of a perfect fit for map-based games. Okay, so that's going to be it for the available territory that I'm able to reach at this time. We can't go outside the hexes just yet, as far as I can tell. So, but we will find what looks to be the Superfire Shrine over here. So, let's take a look at it. And see if we're able to obtain this yet. In the very last hex I checked. Okay, this will be a lift that we need to activate somehow. Gyroscope mechanism that responds to psychic. Okay, so it's a locking mechanism that we'll just need to solve. Oh, actually it looks like we'll just need to fire the target in the middle if I had to guess. I mean, well, that's simple enough. But then what's next? Lift down. Yeah. And indeed, this will be the super fire shot, I think. Yeah. Okay. That does narrow down that the one that is locked behind Spider Ball is going to be Super Thunder. .15 ammo. And it penetrates. Interesting. Yeah, we're so loaded with ammo that it makes sense that you would have some of these more powerful versions of each shot type consume a lot more. Need to dump that ammunition on something. Kind of like with the classic Prime 1 flamethrower, where you could just spray everywhere. Anyway, we had a couple of things mapped out as being lightning relevant. Since Mackenzie is begging me to get over the ice belt. Oh, and we mapped that out as being grapple relevant as well. Since Mackenzie is just begging me to go to the ice belt to presumably progress towards the spider ball, we're going to do everything else instead. Before we go anywhere near there. General rule of thumb is that as soon as the game starts feeding me waypoints, I'll just go out of my way to do everything I can to avoid it, which is perhaps exactly how we ended up going 400 hours or so in Tears of the Kingdom without the paraglider. But yeah, we know there's a lot locked behind Spider Ball, though, and that presumably that's next on the menu in the ice belt. Given that, again, that and the ability to break the big rocks are the known progression blocks for us. There might be some other suit hazard that, like a hazard protection on the suit in addition to fire, that we might need before we go into the area that looks like mines. But until that point, let's see. This was not a morph ball slot. I did mark this as having something to do with thunder. Yes, that's it. You know what? Let's try it. That was definitely overkill, but I mean, it didn't kill, so it's not really overkill if it doesn't kill, right? Well, that's one fried griever. Anything else to look at here? I don't think so. Although there was something to scan up top. Head, okay, yeah. So eventually we'll need to assemble all that. I mean, I don't know how reachable that is necessarily, but given that we needed to do various things for the other parts to make them available. But anyway, the part has been located. Now let's head southwest. And see about the lightning points that I marked over there. One of them, I think, was over a jump. Well, we'll find out. We marked it for a reason because I knew I'd forget what that was all about. Ah, yes, here's one right here. Or at least I think so. Not this one. It's here. That's right. That's right. Electrifying the lock on the lower part, yeah. And there's my energy tank. Okay. Now for the one over the jump. remember this accurately, which perhaps I don't. Oh, right, no, it was over the psychic jumps. That's right. Okay. Now, what does that give me? Displays the positions of detected valuables within the zone on the map. Interesting. So that's how you would do the 100% sweep then. Is by activating scout bots in the area. Yeah, I was kind of wondering what the system would be to make 100% tractable, but let's do this. First of all, also would it reveal anything in the Vault Forge? Probably not. Yes, I'd mark something else down here as being progression dependent. Can't recall what it was, but we can go down to check since we're in the neighborhood. But yeah, it does mark the overworld at least. Tower 2, there was something here I'd marked for grapple. So we might comb through here first. I don't think we found anything spider dependent in Vault Forge, but could always be wrong. And yeah, it actually covers all of the unacquired items that are in Soul Valley, which is rather convenient for our purposes. That this was all we needed to chart all that out. In that case, Vault Forge first. And of course we... No, we can try to fight them with electric weapons now if we want. To be particularly fancy about it. Oh. Not as effective as I'd hoped, actually. There we go. Charged electric shot. Actually takes it down quickly. Anyway, it was towers 2 and 3 that we wanted this time. Oops. Yeah. 2 on the right, 3 on the left. Let's just go to 2. Okay, so down a few levels, and then that will be for grapple. We might as well hit a save before that, just in case of mishaps like what we had with the electric floor earlier today. Okay, start down. Fine, we'll fight you. Couple of electric shots. Smash those quickly now. Do we have a shortcut hatch here this time? No. And all the way through, one more level down. Okay, this time we'll actually need to do this room, so we couldn't just skip the fight. And there's a whole lot of jumping we can do, it seems. Whoop. I mean, what do we go? Electric and ice. Seems like ice and missile still preferable, even though electric in theory takes down bots quickly. Anyway, we wanted a grapple point up there to the Shawn expansion. It seemed like it was available up here. Yeah, so why don't we just... Oh, we need to get on it from at a point though, don't we? We need to do anything with it. Connection point for it. But we need to have something to stand on first for it though, right? There we go. We got a wall cling over here. There we are. Let's unmark it. And we'll head back upstairs, I think. Oop. We'll do a super ice shot against one of these just to be fancy. Oh, okay. Taking a little bit too much punishment, perhaps. Also, did we ever play with the boost ball here in the middle? We might not have. Did I look at it? Yeah, we hadn't. Good thing I checked. It never even marked this one. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, and then we can actually just pull these. Oh, didn't expect this guy. Okay, past that point, we'll get rid of this. We might as well save first. After going to all that trouble. And then we'll continue to Tower 3 once we've taken this down. Make sure we're going the right way for that. Yeah, it'll be... Hang on. Out of the way. You know what? Oh, got the shields here. Okay, fine. Oh. You just yank that. And we just take the bike down to the lowest level, I think. Let me just make sure we know what we're doing here. Yeah, I marked the item as being somewhere here. So yeah, let's take the bike all the way down. And figure out what exactly I marked there. I think it was one of the slots that you needed to electrify off to the side. One of the compartments would something that you needed to activate. Electrify or grapple? I don't remember. Well, given how I tagged it, yeah, something just needed an electric charge, I think. We'll figure out what it was I was trying to mark. I think it was this thing here. Yeah, exactly it. Here we go. That's all we came for. Okay, back up we go once we deal with all this. Sure, I mean, we don't have to deal with them necessarily, but we will. And we'll get back out of here to collect more in the desert. Now, as long as most of those markers are out of the way, yeah, at some point I want to switch the indicator that we use for Spider. Again, oh, also, something in the Ring of Thunder Shrine we had not yet collected. The floating path shrine. Yeah, there were a few things then that we could have looked at a little more closely, because apart from collecting the shot upgrade, we do know that sometimes you can find things like shot ammo in the shrines, and we didn't actually look for that carefully, it seems. That's something we can go back to. Just drive this out. I mean, we'll reach the ice belt eventually for whatever business needed to be done there, but now let's just continue messing around here. And probably what optional objectives we can. Beginning with whatever item was located off to this side. See around here. Whoop. Could have ridden up that somehow. Oh, we just need to jump around in here and poke a little bit, but let's take out these surrounding enemies first. See if we can establish what is hidden here. We just scale that, or something else going on. Let's find out. Actually, here's an idea. Send something up. Oh no, it's fogged. Never mind. Oh, he's
Open up areas
totally gonna bother me about this.
You may want to explore some of the places you've already been.
Backseat Mackenzie. Well, I'm trying to see what this is currently hiding. Because we have an unacquired item available somehow, but I don't see anything to interact with at the moment. Now, I do see over here,
Ice belt has been fully explored.
he needs to go away. Okay, so didn't particularly mind him as a character at first, but he's really kind of highlighting the need for a guidance and hints off setting that is not currently covered by the no tutorial setting. Okay, no, we just jump off on this side here. Yeah. No, that doesn't look like it reaches at all, actually. So... and how do we reach that spot? Let's try to scout with the beam. If it lets me. Sometimes it fogs up immediately. And, oh yeah. And... it's not let me check that yet. Might be a way to boost up there. I do see a ramp on that side. It looks like a ramp. Looks like a series of ramps, actually. We can take this one. Goes over. Yeah. That looks like it's it. There we go. Oh. Right before falling off. Then, oh. Deactivated, but... how do we activate it? No means to yet, it seems. Oh, no, we already obtained this, that's why, yeah. We've been there. We've been there recently, in fact. Now, it doesn't explain to me how we're going to acquire an item over in that structure, which the map tells me we should be able to do. Could be that we're missing an ability that would be required for it, but can't imagine what. Unless we need to tunnel well below that. Yeah, it must be something that's on top of the structure, but we don't really have a good way to get there right now. Maybe eventually we get the golem mech and we can actually fly around with it or something, but short of that, I don't actually see a way to traverse there at the moment, and it seems like it's strongly implied that it's something on top. Unless there's a way to dig in here somehow. So, maybe one we just need to come back for. Unless it's a jumping puzzle, but, you know, that would be completely out of character for this game. From what we've seen so far. Okay, we may have to leave this one for the moment. But we can check that one. Yeah, it's something suspicious with that opening down below. But I just couldn't tell what. I mean, it could be that there's some, you know, surprise key ability that we don't have the full measure of yet, because we don't know what to expect. I guess we should get rid of everything first before we attempt to do any digging for treasure. Kind of reminds me a bit of some of the treasure salvage in Wind Waker. Oh. Okay, that's gonna go down. Okay, no one's still out here. Okay. Yeah, you kind of need bike combat for it, otherwise it's just too fast. And you don't have a good way to log on. There we go. Oh. Let's get back here. Okay, next. Yeah, we can check some of the shrines again now that we have more powers to work with. Because I don't know what I would have missed there previously. I don't think it was until one of the most recent shrines that we saw that I even realized that there were secondary pickups in there. And not just the primary upgrade. Oh, there we go. So we can dive back in and inspect. Oh, wrong button. Because we never actually looked at the first room properly, for sure. It's just the entrance, though. Let's see. So, yeah, we were here previously. And I wonder how accurate the placement of the marker is when telling me about the unacquired item, because then at least we'll have a sense. Oh, that's new. I guess we hadn't really jumped down here previously because we just skipped across. Oh, I actually didn't mean to still be in the scan, but we'll take that anyway. Must have been just something down here. Oh yeah. We just need to plug something in on this side. That's easy enough. as well do this. Yeah, previously when we were here, I just didn't go down to the lower level. Since we jumped straight across for the main upgrade that we were acquiring. Hence why we never connected these doors either. Oops. Anyway. It's okay, we'll just... Oh, no. Okay, so it doesn't make me let go. That's fine. Didn't realize for more of these. I mean, we can always just drop one of them at the platform and then pull it from there. Wow, they hit hard, actually. I didn't realize how hard. Really hard, actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it by platform. And just pull it across on the other side when we get there. Here we are. Okay, so we didn't take whatever was optional in the Ring of Thunder either when we were there earlier, so that's worth a check. Now, the map was fairly accurate last time. So, presumably, once we go downstairs, it's going to actually show the marker. Unless, of course, it was just on the surface the whole time and we just misread it. Yeah, actually, there's no marker down here, so I guess it's not in the shrine. It might be outside it. Because otherwise it would have had the marker in the interior where we saw in the other shrine we were just at, so maybe it is outside instead. Does that make sense? Well, let's Take a look around. I don't see how it could. Oh, here we are. So, yeah, we just need to grab a moat and put it there instead. Whoop. Yeah, put a moat at the back. Oh. What can we actually grab this, though? We need some way to get a moat in here, right? Oh no, we actually just need to turn this and, or rather pull it down for the compartment. There we are. Look at that, a full energy tank. Okay, well, that is going to get it quickly. Now, we were just here, and there was some reason we didn't poke around further for that. Yeah, because that was the bit with the container. Oh, I guess we didn't really check thoroughly after we went there. Let's maybe to try that one again. Yeah, because we knew there was the back part that was glowing in that spot over there, but it might have been something else that we can activate. This side as well, like that. Looks like an open compartment that we can go into. Then the structure itself, let's see if there's a good way up. Yeah, so, well, I mean, take down some nests. Was this something? No. Oh. We have started to hit pretty hard. He's gonna bother me again. No. Or rather, later. Which is my way of saying yes, but apparently he's going to take that as a no. Grapple node, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, we'd spotted that on a much earlier excursion. I'd just forgotten about it. And I think that'll get us up to where we need to go in with a morph ball. So anyway, gaming stage, you were asking me a few minutes ago, how deep am I in this game? Well, the main quest starts off by asking you to collect 5 major keys. I have 4 out of 5 keys. That is the most spoiler-free answer I can give you, apart from maybe looking at my percentage. Ooh, power bomb. I don't have a way to break that yet. Because presumably you need power bomb to get power bomb. So, yeah, that would explain how we get through the big rocks later. But out of container here is going to be Denzium. So, yeah, definitely we need to come back when... First of all, he stops dragging me back. And secondly, when we have the means to acquire this available. Okay, I better mark this. With something that I'm not going to confuse with something else. We'll put it here. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to mark by what we use to get something rather than what we acquire there. So I'll mark this even though it's not an energy tank. We need some kind of symbol to mean power bomb. It is or rather, is it a long journey to get to the keys? No. No, this game is really navigationally straightforward, actually. Maybe even excessively so. I don't know how familiar you are already with previous Metroid Primes. This game feels structurally, I've been saying, closer to the old style of 3D Zelda. Ocarina through to Skyward Sword, especially Skyward Sword. I've been reminded of it very often throughout the experience. And I assume that this is going to be something that is controversial among people, particularly the more accustomed to Prime 1 and 2 levels of guidance. Now, as I've been saying, usually in past Prime games, they've been pretty good about having a hints off setting to just not spam waypoints at you and let you get a little bit lost and find your own way to the next progression point. This game desperately needs that. Like, it has a tutorials off function, which just disables control tutorials, which actually got me in a bit of trouble in my first stream when I was needlessly stuck on something where I just needed to, read the manual for it. But there is no setting for just hints off where it doesn't try to spam you with the next location. And so we have this one NPC who's just like nudging me again and again to go to a place that I knew very well was going to be where we needed to go because it was pretty obvious which lock I needed to hit there. But yeah, the game is picking up on my behavior as though I'm fumbling around being really, really lost when I'm just exploring. So it's kind of interesting. So you said you only played one Metroid Prime game, the first one, and you never finished it because you kept getting lost. Oh, then you'll be perfectly fine with a level of guidance here. But, I mean, you know me, I'm a very low guidance player. I like to really poke around a map. So I've always played Metroid Prime with hints off. It's funny because I recently replayed Prime 3, and then when you turn hints off of Prime 3, it actually still has the hints on the map in terms of renaming certain rooms with the hint, but then if you have hints off, then it doesn't, explicitly place the marker there, so you just kind of need to notice that the marker is there when you go over the map and see that a room's name has changed to an objective name. So the previous games have always kind of fudged around guidance in different ways, but I think to answer your question, descriptivist, in terms of how this happens, I think a significant factor is how long it has been since the last Prime game. Now, you'll notice this was not an issue for Metroid Dread and how huge a distance it had been from the previous 2D Metroid. And Metroid Dread was kind of an interesting situation in that a lot of people who are veteran Metroid players, their first time through it, they felt like the experience was too guided. But when you actually get to know the game and know the intentional sequence breaks that are available and all the shortcuts that are just very openly there for the player without any glitches or anything, you realize that the game is actually a lot more open than people give it credit for in some ways. And so it had this really interesting approach to making the map feel like a funnel without telling you, and at the same time without being as strict as it initially seemed. Like, it was kind of the perfect Metroid map in some ways. In the case of this game, I get the sense that, well, first of all, it desperately needs a hits offsetting, but apart from that, I get the sense that it's compensating for the fact that this will be a lot of people's first Prime game, or indeed first Metroid game. And I guess these days they're not as willing to let the player get lost as the original Metroid Prime did, because, you know, as Gaming Stage was just saying, and some people did get very lost. 06i, did I get Metroid Prime Remastered? Yes, I played it off stream last year. I had the cartridge when it first launched, and I had it sitting around for quite a long time, but I actually only played through it last year, and that's where I discovered that I liked the dual stick versus plus gyro control setup. Although I remember the camera being less jittery in Prime 1 under similar settings, so. But I don't remember. I mean, you know, I might have been less conscious of that kind of thing at the time because I wasn't streaming it and didn't have to think so much about the viewer experience. But yeah, to go back to what the Gaming Stage was saying earlier about getting lost. So, Prime 1 is in some ways the least guided, and there is a waypoints on setting that is on by default, I think. At least in the re-releases. I don't remember if that was the case for GameCube, but for both Prime Trilogy and Remastered, I think the default is that it is pretty generous about pointing you to the next critical location, which of course I turned off immediately. So, something available here as well. Let's take a look. This is very similar to the rock formation that I saw previously. It could be that both this and the other one have to be taken out by power bomb or something. Entirely possible that that's what's happening with these mounds. But yeah, Prime 3 is very comparatively linear, and it's a good point of comparison for this game. Prime 3 takes a while to really kind of get going. I realized on revisiting it earlier this year. And particularly if you're playing it after 2, that, you know, it's a game that feels really constricting, at least until you're out of the first zone. But yeah, as I've been saying with Prime 4, the reference point I've had throughout was that it doesn't seem like the kind of deeply connected classic Metroid zone design, but it does feel like Zelda dungeon design. Okay, so we were missing an optional collectible somewhere in here. Let me check the back in case it was something similar to earlier. We'll go inside and we'll see if the waypoint is actually inside the structure, or we can just check by going enter zone. And yeah, we missed a morph ball spot. That's a rather obvious one too. How did I miss that? Guess I didn't look at a map. Yeah, this overshoots like the old plasma beam did. You're saying those are very sharp and fast roly-polies? Yeah, because you're supposed to fight them in the vehicle and keep pace with them. But yeah, with some of the guidance reminders in this game and the linearity of it, it does feel like a kind of throwback to Wii levels of hand-holding. And this is kind of the wrong series to do that in. But again, people will come from various backgrounds when it comes to what they expect out of Metroid, but because Metroid itself as a series has a very wide range of guidance. I'm, of course, in favor of the sort of low guidance variety, but there are definitely people who prefer something like Metroid Fusion, which is a significantly more linear action game. And having been through 4, or in my case 3.5 Prime games at this point, you definitely get the sense... Oh yeah, we didn't set everything on fire, no wonder. You definitely get the sense that, each game has its own distinct navigational identity. And as with the Zelda series, when each game has its own identity, each one is going to find some disfavor among some segment of the player base. I need to get upstairs. How did I do that before? We had done that before. How did I do that? Let's figure this out. Hang on. Let's pay attention here. Okay, so this was just the entry room. Oh yeah, no, we needed to raise the platforms, that's right. They're glowing purple and everything. That was so obvious. Yeah, and this is the one where you actually need to raise them in a staggered fashion. So we don't, in fact, need to burn everything. Whoops, let's lower it a bit more. We did this one last time. Yeah, when you see purple, you use your mind powers. That's the rule of thumb in this game. Now, why was it that we didn't see the morph ball slot? Because we might not have incinerated this previously. It totally is a... I had considered this and I looked at it. Why didn't we... Oh yeah. Energy tank. Wow, those are filling out quickly. Okay, now that's all done. So yeah, this was inside a big pillar of rock. This was inside a big pillar of rock. I am guessing at this point that that's just power bomb. Let's check the rings of stone. or whichever item that was. This, whatever item that is going to be right next to the entrance to Dungeon 5, essentially, which I believe is some kind of mine. But we'll... yeah, this was grapple. We'll get there. Let's actually check whether the waypoint is in the interior. It is. Oh, back here. Interesting. I guess maybe we poured it out before checking it properly. Whenever we were last here. This was the last one that we collected super fire from. Yeah, we must have just hit that point before actually checking behind the teleport that warped you back out. Yeah, we touched that too quickly when we should have checked. Wait. Back here? Is that? Hang on. Let's inspect carefully here. So, you should be able to tunnel behind this. I see nothing that's interactable, though, unless it's something that has to be subtle. I mean, that's supposed to be open, but it's not, which tells me... curious. It could also be power bomb, depending on... well, let's take a look at the surfaces here. It's kind of interesting. Because it's not giving me anything to scan, which would indicate what kind of material I should be looking at there. Whoops. No. Because typically you would expect that if this actually is supposed to be an open passage that you'd have a scannable material, but the fact that it's not is very interesting. But where are you on the map right now? Are you actually at? Very back? Yeah, it looks like we're supposed to be able to tunnel through, but... interesting. I guess we might have to come back and try with power bomb, but... but the fact that this isn't giving me a scannable material makes me suspect that something else might be going on. Wait. That's suspicious. Let's fire a shot over there and see if we can touch that point. Yeah, because maybe that opens up a gate. There we go. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Makes me wonder if we missed something similar with the power-ups that were seemingly amidst all the stone in the overworld. Okay, so I mean, we had checked this area earlier, but clearly not carefully enough if there's that much we hadn't uncovered. So we might want to give that a second look. Because, yeah, we know at this point we're missing Power Bomb, we're missing Spider Ball. I'm not sure there's anything too unorthodox beyond that. Might have been a grapple point that we missed here. And definitely I was thinking that, you know, both sides of the wreck were worth checking. We did come here and look at it, but seemed to find nothing at the time. Oops. This is not what I wanted to do. But we'll scout with it anyway. Because I did come here and look at this. I don't really see anything interactable. Oops. Might be one we come back to when we have the power bomb, in case that is it, but I don't know, because again, no scannable materials, which, whoops, we need to stop accidentally firing when in the wrong visor. Yeah, we took the arm down over here. Oops. And this looks like it might be something interactable. There we go. If we can get up there. Oh, there's one at least. So if it's just something inside crates, we'll look for something similar in the other side of the wreck. Yeah, it's gotta be in here somewhere. Again, it could be these containers, which means that we'll need more firepower to bust it. It looks like that's almost certainly the case, actually. That we just don't have the means to take this down. We'll come back and we'll try to power bomb with it, probably. Okay, next. And yeah, all this will hit when we get there. Let's hit the grapple point. And that jump didn't actually get me anything we didn't already have. This is another heavy bombardment location though. Let's see about the grapple point. Yeah, another chest in the ground. Yeah, it could always be that we have another psychic ability like the lasso that we just don't know about yet, which allows me to interact with the terrain in a way that we have not yet revealed. Oop, didn't quite crash into this we wanted. Have we even scanned these? Yeah, we have. Anyway, Mackenzie's going to be overjoyed that we're finally making it to the ice belt. Speaking of which, let's take off the grapple marker. Unrelatedly, we're now able to go to the other side. Actually, yeah, there's a grapple point there. Is there? Let's see. Oh, boost rail, okay. Oh, there's something I marked here as well. Yeah, because it's part of the same room as this side. Technically.
If you're not sure where to go, you can always call in and ask me.
We're not asking him.
The radio command on the map.
We are not asking him a single thing. Okay. Oh, a leg for the golem. Okay, so... that's another part we'll eventually assemble. So, we need to materialize it, though, to traverse it with the boost ball. How do we materialize it? Because clearly not all there. Oh. Okay, it materialized. That counts. So yeah, we can probably take off the tag that we had out front. Or no, that's fine. Okay. Oh, that was a fun little rail ride. Let's head back up. So yeah, we know that at some point we'll be assembling a mech. That seems heavily implied at this point. All the parts that we've seen and partially recovered. And the dots that we've put on the map accordingly. Okay, so this we can take the marker off at this point. And let's get on in. Okay. Again, out of an abundance of safety, would better grab the save station. And back up. Right, and then the snowfield of wolves, formerly wolves. We'll get through that. Anything new to scan the creepers? I don't think so. Same as before, we'll just toast them. They're frosty, obviously they can be toasted. Are we going the right way? Yeah. And this is just return path only. I don't know if there was anything I wanted to grab out here. Yeah, we'll just make it through the electric gates as we've been strongly encouraged to do. So electric gate for this section over here, I mean, no doubt that is what gets you over to the spider interaction eventually. This is based on Spider Ball, as far as I remember. for the pickup that was on the side path there. This was definitely something that was a grapple across to some platform, I think. Yeah, lots to do in this zone. Some of it spider dependent, some of it electric, I think. But I guess we'll... Oh. This was... off here. Yep. I guess we'll head upstairs first. Now, why did I mark passage immediately behind me? Because that's the Morph Ball passage that, as I said, seemed to have something spider dependent, I think. Yeah, it was on the lower area. Let's deal with that later. Okay, new territory to cover. This is heavy duty barricade clamp. Alright, guess we're going around. Anything else to look at? Nope. And yeah, spider track on a return path tells me spider ball is imminent. Guess we'll activate the droid.
Scanning for hostiles. Greetings, Abbot Aaron. You have a new suit. I am View 995, Galactic Federation Golem pilot. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
So he'll be the one we plug into the machine.
I am not receiving signals from the Federation base. Perhaps we are out of range. I will accompany you.
Okay, that fills in the last of the Galfed logs, it seems. Alright, well. I guess we have someone new to escort. As we go for the spider ball. That doesn't count for all the troopers at this point, though.
That football mode is not in my design.
Yeah, he doesn't seem rounded up for some reason. Sarah from his circuitry.
Your way.
Oh, yeah.
Allow me to assist. The way is clear.
I like this guy. He doesn't look like he's going to backseat me nearly as much.
Forward. Please let me know when I can clear the way.
Well, I mean, let's not assume too much about that. Anyway, this is just where we came in. Let's see. Oh, right, because the inoperable gate is what he could potentially just yank his way through. Let's see if we can get him to follow. Bet he can just yank it. Yeah, descriptive is you're saying that Samus always has a new suit. Well, I mean, eventually, at some point. She does like to go back to her old colors very often. Prefers Devaria coloration best despite all the upgrades on every adventure. Okay. Well, surely he's gonna punch through here unless...
I can help.
Yeah, anything that can't be broken by standard firearms, you can help.
This path has been weakened. You should be able to destroy it.
Fire or something else? Strong impact. Okay. Oh, what? Wrong shot. Here we go. I think this fellow and I will get along well. You want to shoot the other companions for fun to see their voice lines? Yeah, I guess we could.
I cannot follow. Please continue without me. Stop.
See where...
Please, no.
Stop poking me dialogue.
Please, stop. Please be respectful. Friendly fire.
I think I'll feel bad about shooting the fangirl, though.
Time to stop. Chief end assist. Time to stop. Chief end assist.
You're saying it's so sad when he says, please no. Well, you see, we just read the description of this companion, and it says here specifically, though his programming is not designed to allow for emotions, there have been reports of emotional stimulation when in operation for longer durations. I think this counts as emotional stimulation.
Correct your fire. Chief end assist. Correct your fire.
He's fantastic. He's like the polite counterpart to HK-47 from Knights of the Old Republic.
Please continue without me.
Maybe less openly psychotic, but, you know, actions speak louder than words. Okay. Let's grapple over. Oh, whoops. I need to actually finish the grapple. Oops. And maybe not twirl all the way around. Avoid it. Oh, I see, because the wind is blowing me everywhere. No wonder. Yeah, the wind blows me out of position, and we kind of need to reorient. Okay, that's an interesting mechanic, actually. We should have paid attention to it the first time.
Feel free to explore. I will scout the area for an enemy.
Descriptive, am I thinking about streaming Fate of the Old Republic? You mean, I mean, that's another way of asking me, am I going to be a streamer in 4 or 5 years, right? It's very clear that they're still just beginning to hire for the game. I used to be, not anymore, I used to be connected to a number of people who worked for old school BioWare. And I kind of wonder if some of them will be on board the new project, because, you know, a lot of the old guard was laid off, and it would not be surprising given where the new studio, Argonaut, I think that was set up for Fate of the Old Republic, it would not be unthinkable that they're going to absorb a lot of orphaned BioWare staff. And yeah, there's the Quantic Dream Star Wars Eclipse game that should be accounted for at some point as well. Anyway, let's watch this first. I was wondering, what's so familiar about, crystals being jammed into the heads of the characters and such? I'm definitely thinking of Diablo. Now that I've had time to consider it. The whole repeated motif in Diablo of people jamming soul stones into their heads. Well, it never works out the way you think. Anyway, we're probably getting spiders soon, if I had to guess. It just makes too much sense. But let's shatter this. Maybe there's a boss to get through for it. And what do we have here? Two psychic mote sockets. Yeah, we'll plug those in. Descriptive as you're saying, it's crazy to think this is just one planet in a vast world. Samus has been to at least one galaxy other than the Milky Way galaxy. I'm not sure that's true. I mean, I guess, with the way the Galactic Federation has been elaborated upon in the last few games, that this series has been brought closer and closer to recognizable human civilization. But dozens of planets must go through extinction events and not get to be saved by Samus. Yeah, particularly the dozens of planets for which the extinction events are when Samus intervenes, right? I mean, that happens multiple times in the series. Like, she actually is the extinction event. Not to spoil you on half the series or anything, but that is repeatedly the case, that, the planets often don't last. I mean, I guess Planet Ether technically lasted, but that's because she eliminated the other half. Okay, anyway, let's grab these and plug them in. Oh, what happened to the other one? There we go. I mean, in some cases, she's very deliberately the extinction event, right? Like, the whole point is to, in various games, attempt to eliminate the Metroids or the X-parasites or whatever. Or the Ing. Or, yeah, she's actually, you know, in some ways, the specialist you hire if you want to commit genocide, right? Like, that's, you know who to call. And, yeah, 06, I wonder where the Metroids are here. Well, I mean, you know, the Metroids have been grafted onto each of the bosses we've encountered so far, so... However, they've been transplanted here along with the other characters. They've certainly been transplanted onto each of the key guardians. But anyway, Spider Wall at long last. And there's a lot that this is going to open up for us that we've looked at so far. There will be a lot worth going back to the flare pool for as well. Given that flare pool had a lot that was gated behind Spider and Electric. This will also get us the Super Thunder Shot. We'd better check for more information in case of new and hidden psychic interactions that we don't want to get jammed on. It's funny because, you know, I keep thinking, okay, Mackenzie's just calling us too much and trying too hard to backseat, but it's funny because of what happened in the first stream that we had here where I was kind of stuck on the morph ball interaction for the longest time. The bomb interaction, rather, before Mackenzie was around to backseat. Anyway, the Psychic Spider Ball. So yeah, the tether node is something new to it. Not in previous games, but we've found several of them already and we know what they look like. And the same idea as in previous games with the bomb and boost interactions. But you would need to scan for the psychic track. And the last collectible here is definitely Power Bomb, because we've found a Power Bomb collectible and we know that's going to be the case. Viola doesn't have a question mark, it's only the IC upgrade, it seems. But it looks like, well, I mean, you know, we're going to get Super Thundershot for sure. But it looks like there's going to be something additional past Missile that we don't know about yet. Maybe it's some kind of control beam upgrade or something like that. We still have a couple of things unaccounted for Samus. But yeah, in terms of the player progression, that's how things are looking right now. You're saying that Prime Hunters is set in a Tetra galaxy. I never actually played a full game of Prime Hunters. I just played a DS demo card, so I actually didn't know that. But this game plays pretty fast and loose with the lore, so... Anyway, so we need to materialize the spider track, so... I mean, we just point at them, and there we go. And up we go. And same as usual. Then this gives us this upper point here. Is this where we want to go? Or... Oh, yeah, no, past that point up to the door. Yeah, I totally didn't see that. And we just roll down here. There we go. much better. And we get spider tracks all over the place, and some of the tether nodes that we've heard about. So we just spring up and grab, right? And then, oh, okay, there we go. So, yeah, we can actually slingshot off of it. That's how you use it. Okay. Yeah, a bit of a timing exercise, and then there we go. And you can kind of pull against it as well. Very interesting. Yeah, so the basic ability set in this game is extremely familiar. It's very bog standard Metroid, but each ability, almost every ability has some kind of variation on it that is new, which is interesting. Like how the grapple has that hook shot against the wall now. And of course the standard morph ball bomb interaction that is new here. We all know rather notoriously on the stream at this point. But yeah, in the case of the spider track, you've got this tether slingshot interaction that has a very satisfying tactility to it. Feels really good in hands too with the rumble effect. Okay, so before we get out of here, obviously we're going to go down and explore, because I don't think there's anything blocking us at this point from the various progression points I want to check, so we'll go morph ball on the other side first. And try to find where it was that I wanted to collect something. I believe it was through here. That was the tether interaction. Yeah, there we go. And actually, no. Do we bomb this? Yes, do we do? Oh, there's a timer on it. Okay, so we do need to get all two rather quickly. There we go. Okay, we can untag this one. Now, there's more in the lower levels, so we'll continue going down. If I can remember how. Oh yeah, we just keep heading down this way then. Just run over them with a boost ball. Surprisingly effective. Now we want the next level down, yes, so where even was that? We're just down a ramp at the end, okay. I better hit the save. Just in case. Okay, at this point, down to the left and right, that's the big canyon that we grapple through. Fine, we'll toast you. There we go. Rather brute force that, but it's okay. Is there no one here? Yeah, we'll just toast him. In the canyon, and then below that we have a few more that we want to see on an even lower level. Here comes the collectibles. I think I saw that we're at 55% or so for item pickups now, so we've got quite a lot left to do. But again, aside from Power Bomb, we've got most of the relevant tools at this point for what we've seen on the map. Okay, so there was a particular grapple point that we needed. It was almost certainly that whole segment off to the side there, so... Oh, if I'm over on this end, though, does that mean I need to take the tram? Or, no, there's the lower area that we jumped through here. Yep. There we are. Oh, and let's mind the wind. Instead of doing what we just did. Right, and then we'll kind of hang on for dear life on a grapple once we get to that point. Yeah, once we're blown by the wind, we just hang on. Reminds me of the wind level and claw interaction in Mario Maker. And Neverless, welcome. Okay, so this one's been acquired. Full energy tank for that. That's very nice. Very generous. Now we do want to get to the next segment. Yeah, this was something else. All related. This must have been Spider Track actually over here. And so that's what we take the tram segment out. Then we want to go down to the power station. Because that was also Spider Track, I think. Well, we better get down there first, since we're this far. And yeah, we've been doing well over here. I'm enjoying the game a lot. Whoop. I've been saying repeatedly throughout the experience that structurally it's kind of felt like a throwback to the old style of 3D Zelda, much more so than a Metroid game in some sense. Oh, I guess we do need to trim because this was completely broken down. Okay, I guess we're going back. Guess we're taking a gondola after all. Oh, got blown away. Never mind. But yeah, you see, if someone told me they really loved, say, Metroid Prime 1, I'm not entirely convinced it would click with this game. But if someone were telling me that they sort of missed having the style of dungeon and overworld structure of Zelda from Ocarina up to Skyward Sword, and they kind of wish there was some kind of throwback to that now that Zelda has gone in a totally different direction. This is kind of the game that's a natural continuation of that, and there's a lot of Skyward Sword in particular all over Prime 4. Well, okay. You know, I should boost across. Or maybe I'm missing a much more obvious path to get back out. No, let's just boost across. And totally miss. Never mind. Fine, we'll just run it. I don't aim very well with the boost ball. Yeah, Nevertheless, you're saying you have some issues with the game, to be honest. Yep. I mean, I don't know how much you're able to elaborate without spoiling. We're through 4 out of 5 keys, just so you know where I am in progression. And definitely over the course of the stream, we started maybe reaching the end of our patience with Backseat Mackenzie. But that's because, again, I'm a very kind of low guidance player. And it feels like a hints off option is missing in this game. That, you know, it's in the other games and it should be in this one. And that it should let you get lost if you want to get lost. Okay, was this the hash we wanted? Yes. Bomb slot activated. Hang on. No, we've seen this. I think so, anyway. Yeah, we saw this previously. Yeah, you're saying sometimes it feels a bit empty. I've kind of realized... Yeah, we've seen it, but I've kind of realized that, again... It's funny because, you know, these days we're so accustomed to incredibly vast open world structures, more and more so, that it feels like a weird throwback in some ways to have something like Soul Valley show up and be kind of the size and pacing, again, of the old style of Hyrule Field. That in terms of scale, very analogous to how Hyrule Field felt in the older games. And, you know, back in their own day, that felt vast. Nowadays, it feels small. And it becomes very obvious that it's a dungeon hub that has a few points of interest. Anyway, we weren't paying attention. I got spat all the way up here. I guess that's all that was, actually. That node down there, it was just a shortcut. Said it wasn't actually anything. I guess I wanted to go down there, though, because we were trying to get all the way down to the result. Yeah, so that was actually just a quick return path. I didn't realize that. But we can just go back down this way, then. Because we opened up the shortcut. Okay, the shortcut's accounted for. Let's go for the spider track. Yeah, 069, you're saying Miles tells you to radio around 30 minutes, every 30 minutes in Soul Valley. It felt more frequent than that. But maybe that's because, you know, I am a slow explorer. I like the boss design a lot. I feel like, you know, this is the first game to really have elaborated on some of the ideas in Prime 3 for how to make bosses around the idea of lock-on with a bit of free targeting around the lock-on. That's something that was specifically kind of conceived for what Prime 3 wanted to do with the Wii Remote. And which practically no other video game I can think of actually picked up on in the same way. Due to how practically no video game picked up on Prime 3 controls to begin with. But yeah, the kind of lock-on plus free aim style of the bosses was something that was always just kind of begging to be explored further, and finally we have a game that does it, and naturally it's Prime 4 that does it. I am using free aiming with the Joy-Cons. I'm using dual stick plus a very high sensitivity gyro right now. That's how I play Prime Remastered. I did try the Wii style pointer mode as well. We experimented with this quite a lot right at the beginning. Now, I'm pretty familiar with Wii games, so the Wii style feels very familiar and comfortable to me. My main problem with it is that it's too slow to turn. Particularly because the R stick is unbound and you don't get a quick turn option. I like that the camera is much more stable, though. It's much less jittery because inside the central rectangle, the image is kind of, well, totally stable around the edges, right? Like you're not dragging the camera with you until you go off the edge. But right away, I went for dual stick fusion plus a gyro setting, plus enable motion controls, which you have to do manually. And again, that's from experience in Prime Remastered and also in the Splatoon series, which works this way. Where I know I want super, super high sensitivity, but I still want R-stick available for the really quick spins. And that's the only way to do it. I wish there were a setting to do pointer fusion plus the R-stick, but there isn't. Because, as I've said in some of the previous streams that are around on this, the dual stick plus gyro might be a bit uncomfortable to look at as the viewer, simply because the camera is jittering so much in accordance with my motions. But okay, we want a spider track, right? Yeah. But yeah, that's what we decided to go with after trying both. Here it is. Yeah, I love freehand aiming. I use freehand Joy-Con aiming whenever I can for games. I used it with both the Zelda games. We use it with Splatoon very often. Like both of the Switch Zelda games, rather. Switch 3D Zelda games, I should elaborate. Because obviously not the case for Echoes of Wisdom. But yeah, I like really high sensitivity free aiming with my right hand. But you sometimes have to compromise a little bit to, you know, make the camera comprehensible. Here's a large shot expansion. And then we'll take that new shortcut back. Oop. Yeah, in terms of not having as much of a sense of isolation, I actually find it less intrusive in this game than Prime 3, actually. Where Prime 3 has a huge Federation presence as well, as you may recall. And actually, people forget that, you know, Prime 2 has a surprising amount of NPC dialogue. With characters like the last surviving Luminoth. But you don't register it as such because you're not really interacting with them very much outside of a very few specific points in the story. But yeah, I know this is something that comes up every time there's like any kind of interaction with Federation types in particular in the Metroid series, both 2D and 3D. And they strike an interesting balance in this game with Samus just giving everybody the silent treatment. Like she's trying to hint at them that she wants to be left alone, you know? It's in character. We saw that earlier in this session, you know, you two get in the escape pod. I work alone. Federation troopers need to know their place sometimes, you know. In Samus's case, she would rather run through fire for 5 minutes than get in the escape pod with you, and she makes that clear. 069, you wish Fairy Green was bigger because it's so cool how you can see the temple and Kroner Tower from anywhere. Yeah. That giant tree as well. I mean, Fury Green is very much a tutorial zone. It was a bit worrying at first to see it, actually, because it's just a straight loop. In a way that did distinctively remind me of the kind of most linear games in the series, like Fusion and Other M, where you have a lot of those straight looping structures where you just have no choice for doors. And it's just corridor all the way down a circuit. But again, it's the tutorial zone and it gets away with that. Anyway, we've gotten what we came for. We've got a spider ball. What did I tag up here on this surface? Oh yeah, we still... Right, there's a morph ball segment over here that's spider-based. I completely forgot to go back for that. Let's go back for that, I suppose. If I can remember how. I have to follow the interconnections of the map a little bit here. I think we just take the long elevator down and then... Yeah, all of that was before the tram. Was there anything else that we needed? No, it was just that one. Oh, so instead of taking this up, we should have just taken a tram up and then we grabbed that on this floor. Yeah. So actually, we shouldn't have come out yet. there isn't a fast path there. It's going to be long either way. You asked, did I play on Switch 1 or 2? I play on 2. And I did try the mouse switch for a bit. I find with the mouse, the thing is that if you're switching the mouse, you actually want to lock on first. So your position doesn't go totally haywire when you're switching the mouse. So I'm on mouse right now. I'm using the mouse on my lap. Also, pointer fusion doesn't work too well with it because ZR is unbound by default, so you would still need to shoot with A, which is awkward. But you can rebind it, of course. It's just that the rebinding would apply to both the pointer mode and the mouse mode. Like, the buttons are shared. Yeah, the mouse feels nice. I haven't really configured the sensitivity to where I want it. But I'm most comfortable just playing freehand aiming, so. Okay, so we're back down here. I want to take the gondola back up. And then that seems like the best way to approach the spider track expansion. If I remember where to go, which is around. Right? Wait. Oh yeah, around the morph ball slot. There we are. Yeah, if you're most comfortable with the Pro Controller, then, you know, go with what you know. I have the Switch 1 Pro Controller, I don't have the Switch 2 Pro. My Switch 1 Pro actually has a little bit of drift on the left stick. Which is why I haven't been using it that much in recent memory. I use it mostly as my PC controller nowadays, actually. I haven't really used it with my Switch 2. So... no, wait. I went back here. What did I... okay, hang on. Totally wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. There we are. We went out here. And then here. There we are. We were just here last time. I shouldn't have lost track of where I was going. Okay. And we'll just port back up. Yeah, the Switch 2 Pro is something I am interested in getting at some point, but I don't need it urgently, so I'm waiting for a good collector's recolor of it. And you know they're coming. If we got a really fruity tropical one to go with Splatoon Raiders, that would be ideal. Or eventually if they have a golden one to go with Zelda, you know. But yeah, I've heard that the Switch 2 Pro is really nice. The Welcome Tour actually talks a bit about how they designed it to be seamless so you don't get dirt and grease stuck around the edges. Okay, so the expansion we want is on this floor. Let's just go for that. Let's map out how we're going to do it. We can just take... yeah, the shortcut route here, I think. Then to the left. Once we get rid of these guys. Whoop, there we go. Spray them down. Okay. Here we are, finally. Okay, I think this was a spider segment that we needed. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, no, it is. We have to drop into it from above, I think. Yeah, there we are. And we just boost through, I think. Oop. You're saying the texture of the controller is very nice and doesn't seem like it'll be worn down yet? I haven't had my hands on one yet. But at some point, I'm sure. I guess we'll just go up the central shaft at this point. I'm trying to remember how things connect here. So we got a surface level. You got the main lift. Yeah, because we took all those long ramps on the way, it might be easier for me to just go back to the lower port, but let's get back out here first. And then we'll determine that, because yeah, there's a whole escape path from out here. Where... How do we come in? Yeah. Right, it's a whole sequence of ramps and everything. I don't know, it might be easier to just take the train back down. If I can find where we went. Okay. Oh. Also. Okay. Nothing here. Yeah, we'll just go back down and take the shortcut. I feel like that's easier. You know what? Let's toast them. Okay. Wait. Is this what we wanted? Yes. And not a way we'll do it at this point. So let's just power through to the other room. And back up the shortcut. Much easier. We'll probably go back to... where was it? Blair Pool after this, too. See what we can do with Spider. Oh yeah, we want to get Super Thunder, which we know is locked behind Spider. And let's take the quick return path here. Oh, yeah, we can just smoke these if we want. Of course, you know, Backseat Mackenzie's going to tell me where he wants me to go now that I have Spider Ball, but I just have to studiously avoid whatever that is. Also, wow, this is a bigger mob than expected here. But I guess that's responding to the spider aggression. Okay, we'll just gun them all down. Yeah, descriptive is that everybody being impressed with the Morph Ball, particularly Armstrong being impressed with the Morph Ball, has been kind of a delight. See, that's why I don't mind the troopers so much in this game in terms of their presence and their personality. Like, they're a fun crew. I feel like there's a lot of self-awareness about what red shirt hangers-on they tend to be every time they appear in the Metroid series. But I do mind not being able to turn off the constant hints to go where Mackenzie wants. I mean, it's one thing to ping me and say, you know, if you're lost, call me on the radio. It's another to say, ice belt, this way, this way. Did you see it on your map, did you? Yes, we saw it on the map. That's why I'm doing that last. That's exactly why I was doing that last. Yeah, no, it is a little bit glaring that, you know, the other Prime games all have the hints off and waypoints off setting. This one really needs it. Okay, so let's see. Well, we definitely want to take Spider Ball over here since we marked that earlier today. That's the main thing I know I want with it. And we'll hit some things in Flare Pool after that, probably. I don't know how much more we'll do in today's stream necessarily, but we'll figure that out. But yeah, I think it's very appropriate that Samus gives everybody the silent treatment. Oh, look at that. There's the ping. Okay. No, we're going to Flare Pool. Or rather, we're going to Super Thunder first. Okay, hang on. I'm just trying to look at the map, but let's just get rid of his ping. I know where the mine is. I even know that's the mine. But we're going Falling Labyrinth first. Okay, this way. We're putting a ways off. We also have enough gems for the next upgrade back at Fury Green. Actually, now that I'm told that everybody's meeting at the mine, I wonder if that is actually true until I get there, or if indeed they're still hanging around at base in Fury Green. Should I go there first? But we'll do Super Thunder first, and then we'll decide these things. Okay, here's the spider track. And did we ever scan these? Yeah, sand crawlers. I mean, more can come out if you take them out. I don't know. But we'll... well, hang on. Yeah, they do. They totally respawn. You can't just take them all out in advance. Anyway, let's do this. Oh, that's not quite vertical, I guess. Yeah. Well... I guess because you're on a ceiling at that point, you can't really boost across those. So you actually do need to traverse a maze. Actually, I should have looked at where my objective is first before we did that. So I know what we're aiming for. Okay, you're trying to get into the central ring and up top. You know what? Let's look at the path first. And solve the maze before we do it. Hang on. Okay, so it's well, we need to find what actually connects. It's hard to see which of those points is actually a connection. But yeah, I guess either of those nodes, I mean, they look like they gotta join up. Okay. We have a plan. And it will be this way. And it totally wasn't that way. I may have lost track of the plan. That's okay. Up to a point you can still bomb jump, but then once you're up against the ceiling, then you can't. But we're pretty close at this point. As long as we don't accidentally lose position with the bomb. There we are. Okay, let's not accidentally fall back down or something. And there's Super Thunder. .20 ammo. Okay, so let's untag this. That's accounted for at this point. Mark this because we need power bomb for it. This remaining one we didn't figure out. These two are behind rocks. Let's go down to Flare Pool. Now, it depends on how much a flare pool can actually be re-entered at this point, given how everything kind of crumbled the last time we were there. It could be, for instance, that due to everything collapsing, that you could have the entrance obstructed by something that's gated by power bomb. And thus forcing you to return to it later, but we don't know if that's going to be the case. We do know that there was quite a lot there that was still behind electric locks and spider tracks. Neither of which would have been available the first time there, so... definitely there's an expectation that you'll return there for more. And we'll see just how accessible it is. We're missing that one log as well. That may or may not be in this zone. Okay, so... yeah, we know also that at some point there's the obstruction that looks like it's a power bomb obstruction. Depending on what you use to blow those up when you're on the bike. But there's a lot that we know we can grab at this point. We will probably hit the save station first. Keep forgetting, you know, when we have the beam looking like the various elements that we switched to for the shot. That standard beam, unlike in Prime 1, is not the elemental shot. I keep sort of mindlessly hitting the standard shot when we mean to actually use the missile button instead, but I think that's because the visual of the arm cannon and Prime 1 logic deep in my brain has been throwing me off. Okay, so this is not the way. This is obstructed. Oh yeah, no, because this is totally the wrong way. This is where we got the chip for the shot originally. They took a wrong turn. And we just need to go back. Okay, and yeah, so this is all new, that this is all drowned in lava and green energy, but we have the means to cross it, so we don't mind. So there's some things maybe different about the zone. We'll find out exactly what. But we'll try to make it to the different pickup locations we're looking for first. Are these new? They're totally new. Leaping spitter. Okay. Also, I wonder if there's any reason why we might still want to head back to where the boss area was. Probably not. I doubt it lets you through, but... Oh, it does let you through. And, oh. It actually spits me one way back here. Shows you the state of its collapse. Actually, no, we're able to boost back here if we need. Okay. Wonder if there's anything worth exploring here then. Yeah, it's been destroyed, but then what can we loot? Given a state change here and the fact that it lets you back in, I'm sure there's something to look at. Ooh, like this. What is this? Energy tank. Except we'll need to fight for it. That's okay. So we'll get an optional vehicle fight. I would like to be able to scan this without the scan picking up on everything else. Yeah, it's too bad you can't really aim the vehicle scan. Come on. Everything else is stopping me from scanning there. Thank you so much for the follow. And okay, we'll just try to tail this. Can boost. Let's try to get a scan down. There we go, swim snatcher. Okay. Now let's kill it. We can chase it down somehow. Maybe we just boost into it or something. Oh. Get a lock onto it? Not really. Oops. Yeah, you gotta head out. Thank you so much for dropping by, and hope you've been enjoying everything with this game and others. Despite some of the reservations about, well, all the things we talked about. Okay, we clearly need to boost towards it, I think. Should have had 3 boosts available. Did I just use them all already, I guess? Until it has head charge. Time to recharge. I think I've been playing too much Kirby Air Riders. I keep thinking that shooting the other ones on the side will give me a little speed boost. But, okay. If we take the ramps, then maybe we can cut it off. Oh, oh. So. Well, let's see what we can do. There's got to be some way to catch it. I think we do need to just take the ramps where possible. But I am out of boost, so there's not much we can do on that score. Cut off this way. Maybe. Whoop. Yeah, we just need to kind of take the inside track and where possible. Until we have boosts available. Yeah, we have 2 boosts available I can see on the side. We'll just try to charge into it when we can. Just trying to find a good opportunity to do it. Oh. Oh. Almost. It's kind of tricky to target it. But yeah, when you destroy some of the other enemies, you can get a boost back, actually. So you do, in fact, follow Kirby Air Rider's logic. Okay. Yeah, actually, when you jump up, you get a clear shot at it. Okay, that's how you do it. You take a ramp up, and then you get the lock on. Or at least it seems so. Did get a lock on it on one instance when it did that. Yeah, so you can occasionally... Well, if I just hold the button, then occasionally I can acquire a lock on it. And then when it jumps up, then you can hit this thing. Oh, wrong way. It's okay. I didn't actually see where it went. There we go. We can boost closer. No. Yeah, you kind of need to get within range. I think that hit. Couldn't quite tell. It goes around this way. Yeah. Lost it. I think it went around the other side. That's not it. As long as we don't get into too many splashes of lava here and there, we should at least be safe. Let me see if I can just find it. How did I saw it jump? There we go. No, that's not it. We'll get a little bit of replenishment here while we try to scout in the camera and see if we can locate where it went. Yeah, I don't see where it disappeared to. We go down into the interior here. It's tucked away somewhere. Just don't see it yet. We just totally lost track of it. What do I scan? It's gotta be here somewhere. Trying to see if I can locate it somehow, but maybe we try the other direction, or I just don't see where it could be. think about this. I did see part of his pattern kind of tucked behind the outer sections at another point. I don't see where it went. Maybe we need to slow down for a moment and just really look at this carefully. But yeah, we were trying to pursue its tail earlier. I don't see... Oh, no, that's just green energy here. Descriptive is you're asking to Sarge never let Armstrong open a door. Well, not in my experience. He likes pulling rank when it comes to privilege of opening doors with Samus. We were keeping our eye out for that, actually. So I'm pretty sure, at least at the point that we've reached in the game, the answer is no. Where did that go? You got this pool of green energy over here. I don't know if that is... Oh, that does give you a boost. Maybe it's necessary to ride that for something. Like, maybe it parked up above where I'm able to go without it. That could be the answer. No, it just gives you a jump. Where did it even go? Oh, I see it. On the radar. Is that it? No, that's just... Any of those appear on the radar. Where did it abscond with my energy tank? We just see these respawning, but can't find my actual target. Yeah, I did see it kind of veer off and take another turn at one point, but it doesn't seem to be anywhere along the path at the moment. So there's some step here that I'm missing. Like some variation to where it went. Whoop. Descriptive is, yeah, we see the maintenance machines that are supposed to use the morph ball passages all over the place. They're just deactivated and unavailable, but we kind of see scrapped machines that are morph ball size everywhere. So yes, they did think ahead. But, you know, everywhere that Samus travels, all of the maintenance shafts are always conveniently morph ball sized. Oh. I actually did shoot it down. And... Or, no, this is a shot expansion. We need the energy tank, though, right? Maybe I need to redo the encounter or something. Well, we found a shot expansion. We didn't find... the energy tank. Maybe I need to get out and back in and do the chase again. Because I just completely lost it. And I don't see where our target could be. Well, at least we found a shot expansion. Didn't come out completely empty-handed. Nope, that's not it. That's not it either. Yeah. Galactic ISO standard maintenance shafts. No wonder they're so easy to infiltrate. Okay, we need to kind of come back here and... Oh, there it is. There it is. Waiting here the whole time. Okay. Let's chase it now. It took me so long to find that. I guess we just needed to return near the entrance where the origin point was. Did we finally shoot it down? Yes. There we go. We're really filling in those energy tanks quickly, much faster than expected. Well, given that we just have the one teleporter key remaining, we may be closer to the end than I thought. I thought that after the teleporter keys there might still be a good bit to do given how many collectibles short we are, but the fact that we've progressed so far in energy tanks tells me that there might not be too much in the main line of content awaiting us. But anyway, we finally have what we came for. Got the shot expansion here too. Assuming there's nothing else, let's get back out. Okay. Assuming I can find the exit. The tunnel is this way. You know, when I was playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, one thing that I kept noting was how much I loved how rotating the map also rotates the character, because the map in Bonanza is actually just a zoomed out low detail version of the map, right? Of the actual game world, rather. The map is the game world zoomed way out. And so the rotation follows you when you're trying to pinpoint map locations, which is absolutely necessary for things like Emerald Rush. But I remember when playing Bonanza, I was thinking about that specifically in relation to Metroid Prime, that one thing that always threw me off about the Prime games, you know, the original Prime trilogy, is that I would rotate the map trying to point at a certain door, and then I would get back to the character and forget which way I was pointing. So, yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza kind of solved that completely. But it may be a while yet before anybody follows suit. Anyway, we want to get back to, first of all, the spider track that we know is available on this end. Not spider track, the tether, rather. Just wait for all this to be done, and then there we go. Yeah, Samfiz, you were wondering with the fight earlier if it intentionally hangs around the entrance if you lose it. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of a designated location for it. That was where we kind of saw the energy tank initially, I think, or close to it. And then that way, I guess, you know, if you feel stuck and you're heading out, then you encounter it. It does work out for the best that way. Okay, let's take our shortcut back up. And then we'll grab whatever was here. Oh. Actually, no, we know that electric works better for these. Let's just actually pay attention. Yank the turret. You're asking if Galactic Federation firearms use ammo? I don't think that's Samus's responsibility to know. That's the answer. This looks like it's a psychic beam that you shoot through everything rotating here. Why wouldn't we have tried that previously? Maybe not. But why wouldn't we have tried that previously? There's something I marked here, but it must have been something much more visible. Ventilation works. Yeah, there's some way to get back there, for sure. Something that we didn't interact with previously. Oh, it's this window here, yeah. Right, because this was boost plus spider somewhere here, right? Not here necessarily, but somewhere along the way. It was a boost plus spider track interaction. I think it might be on the other side. It is. Yeah. Yeah, so the maintenance bots that use the morph ball slots, this is it. So we see them all over the place. And they're clearly the ones that are supposed to use the morph ball passages by design. Okay, there we go. Okay, untag this one. And then we have a whole bunch of electric gates past this point that we can try. It's like the Nova Spiders and Kirby Air Riders, yeah. Steadily dismantling you, fragment by fragment. Okay. Hey, we can try out our super charge beam. Wow, look at that thing go. No wonder it uses 20 ammo. Shocking. Okay. And yeah, descriptivist, you were going back over to VOD to Armstrong's moment of triumph. I mean, surely at this point she's earned the right to hit a few switches, right? After that little feat of heroism, when she was allowed to press buttons. Whoop. I keep missing this. Here we go. Oh, whoops. This one's still alive? Okay. There we are. Hang on. Okay, so electric gates either side on this room. We will check the pressure monitoring. Let's see what this is all about. Let's get rid of these first. That's overkill, but that's okay. Why is every robot on the planet trying to kill you? Because they're defending the processes that they were supposed to maintain. And they weren't shut off properly. Well, to some extent. I mean, there's also the ones that get transformed into Silex for whatever reason that we still have to discover. Anyway, we're going to pull that. Small-scale explosion. I wonder who did that. Who inflicted that damage? Let's open this door as well as we can. Interesting that it gives you both passages out of here. Oh yes, that's right, because we would need to reboot this to see what happens. Oh, look at that. Multiple power-ups. Okay, next will be here. Yeah, whatever. Bypass those. Okay. And then, how deep are we gonna go? Just on this floor, and then there's whatever's behind the Thunder Gate over there. Also, thunder blockers in this, but it seems like we've explored that room. How would that be? Let's check this. Oh, because we've previously seen that from the outside, yeah. Whoa, that was new. Let's see. What's that? Lorne Heavy Turret. Okay. I mean, I could have just grappled it and ripped it, but who wants to do things that way? Anyway, we have the expansion available here. Then next room we got something, and then we got another electric gate there. Yeah, the thing about this entire scenario is that the Lamorne kind of had to evacuate in a bit of an emergency, right? In an attempt to save themselves. And oh, we burnt too much ammo in that. And so they didn't really tidy up after their handiwork. The closest they came to doing that was the crew they left behind in the ice belt. Okay. Sure, we'll do the 20 shot in this one because we can. Soaks up so much ammo, but it's fun to overkill in this way, so we'll do it. Anyway, so we know we were missing something in this room. Let's figure out what it was. Thought it was something spider related, but we'll check. Oh. Right, that's sealed. And spider tracks up here. Let's figure out the point of origin right here. Okay, that's gonna light up and then that goes pretty far. Do we need to double bomb jump this? Actually, we totally need to double jump. Hang on. Well, bomb jumps have been exceedingly rare in this game, so I haven't actually worked out the timing in this game just yet. It looks like that should be the way to do it, though. Let's just get the timing down. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to reach, though. Oh, wait, no. I can just drop here. There's a platform. Okay, never mind that. I was trying to double bomb jump skip that whole thing, and no, it doesn't remotely reach. We could have just saw here that we were above a safe landing location. Doesn't require anything that fancy. Why go for the simple solution when a complicated one will do? Okay, electric gates in the next section over there. Sure, let's totally spend way too much ammo on this again. We should maybe let up a little bit on those. Yeah, 2 cycles of ice and missile are usually enough to work with. The electric gate is this way. You're saying there's a couple spots in the game you've tried to over-engineer a solution to that never asks that much of you. No, it really doesn't. But not for lack of trying. That's my favorite kind of speed trick or skip, right? Like the ones that are not actually skips because there was just an easier way to do them all along. Okay, we need to ice these, I think. Wow, I'm actually taking so much punishment. Oh yeah, because this turret here is such a hard hitter. Let's actually pay attention here. Oh, hang on. Okay. Took way too much punishment. That's okay. Should have actually paid attention there, but that's okay. We'll replenish a bit. There's actually a lot of ammunition back. Whoop. It's not even a new model of turret. We were just not doing well. Okay, you know what? Let's just shock it, pull it. Yeah, Samfizz, you're saying there was one place where you figured out a more complicated way to do it because you hadn't learned the intended way yet. Yeah. That's always fun. That's when you know you're playing Metroid. So. Yeah, we've got lots of missile ammo and not as much elemental shot ammo, so sometimes it's okay to spam missiles. Okay, what is this? Energy Shell Management Terminal. Okay, that blow up. Oh. Okay. Guess we'll rip the shield off the other one. Whoop. Got caught up a little bit there. Is there more? There's more. Quite a big fight, actually. Oh, I hit pretty hard here. You know what? Let's do it this way. Oh, okay. Hard to charge him again. Yeah, and it chains as well, which is nice. Okay. Descriptive, as you said, we haven't seen a single space part on a whole planet. And in the opening sequence, when the Federation facility was caught in the time travel blast, it only teleported Samus, 4 Federation soldiers, Silex, and 6 or so Metroids that navigated away through every dungeon's intricate puzzle box and beeline straight to each boss chamber. Well, yeah, they're holding the teleporter key, so naturally, you know, biggest energy signatures around for the Metroids to glom onto. I mean, there's a lot more we haven't found out yet. How much game there is left for us to find out. Any of that will determine in good time. Anyway, Metroids can fly just fine. The exact sort of physical basis of their propulsion, who knows? Some buoyant interaction with the surrounding atmosphere. Wow, look at that, just yanks you. And dumps you out here. Okay, that explains that shaft. We'd better save up here, given how low on health I am. Now, I probably won't be doing too much more today. We might get out of here first, but we'll wind down pretty soon, I think. Although this has been a fun session after having had a few days unexpectedly off. You've been asking me what I've been playing off stream. Not very much, actually. Although I've been back to my 3DS a lot off stream. I mean, for obvious reasons, I don't stream anything on 3DS, right? But before Kirby Air Riders came out, I was already replaying a little bit of Kid Icarus Uprising, and I went back to that some more this week and wrapped it up. I last played it 11 years ago, and so it was kind of interesting to go back and crank it up to higher difficulty and see what we could do with it. But yeah, I have a 3DS backlog, and for a long time it was kind of going unattended while I was entirely on my Switch 1. So there were a few years of relative inactivity on my 3DS, but I still had some things left over, and I also picked up a few things at the eShop shutdown. And so I'm finally taking some time to go through some of that. Yeah, when I played Uprising, definitely one thing I thought was this game really does need a Switch 2 port, because it is perfect for having the option of either mouse control or gyro control. A mouse or pointer, rather. And it kind of needs to happen because of just the difficulty of accessing a game that interesting and that spectacular. And I was watching the entirety of Masahiro Sakurai's YouTube series that he created as his side project between Smash and Air Riders recently, which he kind of uploaded between 2022 and 24, I think. And it's all 2 to 5 minute featurettes, and there are about 260 of them. And he does mention that he wants the Kid Icarus remake to happen if there's a team that can be put together for it, which that's where it hasn't happened. But a lot of the expertise in Kirby Air Riders, in terms of things like sprucing up stages for HD remakes and such, seems like it's readily transferable. I think it largely depends, because, you know, obviously Sakurai would absolutely want to supervise this directly and be very hands-on and precise about it himself, where Kid Icarus Uprising, rather, to get a new port. The question is whether his schedule would ever permit it, given how often he's yanked all the way back to Smash, right? But I would be perfectly happy if Smash were just left alone for a little while to coast for a bit, if that's the price of Kid Icarus Uprising getting a big HD spruce up with mouse and pointer control. I would absolutely love to see that happen. And yeah, Descriptive it is a very illuminating YouTube series. I very much enjoyed my time with it. It took me many weeks to get through it all, but I did eventually. And that's part of what brought me back to playing through a lot of the Sakurai repertoire prior to Air Riders, including Uprising. And that was a big motivating factor. Okay, let's just get out of here. I might go back to Fury Green to, first of all, see how serious the crew was about moving over to the mines, or if Mackenzie wanted me to get there first. Secondly, because we actually have lots of green energy to plug in for at least one upgrade, it seems, since we're over the center line. And yeah, I did see the full cut of Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair. This will say too much about my age, but I did watch part 1 and 2 in their original form in the cinema when they came out, and they were a big experience at the time. I think after all this time, it was still my favorite Tarantino, and so it was quite a treat to finally see the whole bloody affair be fully available. Also, I don't know if you stayed post-credits for the Fortnite film, like the Fortnite bonus film at the end. That is, at this moment, I think the most engagement I have ever had in any form with Fortnite. Because after all these years, I've still not played it. And I actually had no idea how the whole live event system in it even worked, how they host celebrity concerts and such in it. And then I saw the Fortnite film that was attached to Kill Bill, and now I kind of understand. Yeah, Descriptivist. So I learned afterwards that the week before it came out in the cinema, it was actually a Fortnite ticketed event to watch the film in the Fortnite engine that was called The Lost Chapter, Yuki's Revenge, which is kind of like an interstitial film, you know, taking place between chapters in Kill Bill. And yeah, there's a lot of post-credit content, actually. So it was absolutely worth staying for some of that. Tarantino takes the kind of full-scale roadshow format seriously, and very often you don't get to see that presented in its full glory outside of a few select cities and cinemas that he's personally connected with. But yeah, with this being in much wider release, that was very much a full package. That's not just a feature film, right? Yeah, so within Fortnite, you know, one of the ways that they monetize Fortnite is, as far as I understand it, by having live events like concerts or other specials or crossovers that are kind of premiered within the Fortnite engine. As far as I know, I don't really know how it works. But it was essentially used as the kind of medium for the short film premiere. You should just watch the film again. I mean, what? It's only 4.5 hours, right? If you have connections with AMC where somebody will give you tickets, just watch it again. I mean, assuming you liked it. I've always found that there was a tremendous amount of detail to take in back when part 1 and 2 were released separately. Also, there's one notable change. That if you saw Kill Bill for the first time in this form, as the whole bloody affair that you might not be aware of, which is that there was a different epigraph in the original cut, rather than the dedication at the start, which was, it said, "Revenge is a dish best served cold and is credited as old Klingon proverb." I always thought that was a lovely and characteristically Tarantino touch. Because Tarantino has repeatedly tried to pitch a Star Trek film and script to Paramount, because he sort of wants to let him do Star Trek at some point, and I think it doesn't even count as a deduction against his vow to make 10 films and retire. Yeah, and they should let him have it because, you know, it's likely to be more interesting than most of what they do with Star Trek these days. The best modern Star Trek show, and I am not in any way kidding when I say this, the best modern Star Trek show is My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. That is something I've recently learned, like within the last year or so. I was not a part of the whole brony craze or whatever it originally happened, but I understand the appeal because, you know, once I saw what was going on with that show, I realized, wow, they actually crib so heavily from Star Trek, and they crib more successfully from Star Trek than modern Star Trek itself. Including John Delancey playing a demigod nemesis, trickster character, who's kind of central to the show. John Delancey also has a delightful role in StarCraft 2, actually. He's one of the really memorable figures to have debuted in StarCraft in the StarCraft 2 story rather than 1. He has a fantastic part in it. Yeah, I haven't caught up on a new film of The Running Man at all. I've been at the cinema much less than usual this year, I would say. I used to be at the cinema all the time, like every week. And I'd, you know, get huge bundle tickets to festivals and the like, but it hasn't really been the case in recent years. I just haven't had as much time. But yeah, I still vastly prefer to watch films in the cinema when I can. Including a lot of older films in the repertory. So there are a lot of things that you really kind of need to appreciate in that focus setting. And at that scale too. Get a sense of their proper presentation. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, he's totally not camped out at the mines yet, although everybody else seems to be. Everybody else is gone, so. But Mackenzie loves to be on the radio here, you know, just waiting for you to ask him for help for where to go. And why was I even back here? Because I wanted to plug in this upgrade. That's right. Speak American, you don't know what a cinema is? Like AMC, American Movie Cinemas? Never heard of that business? That you just mentioned a few messages ago in chat? Okay. Let's plug in. Probably just another beam upgrade, but we'll see. Control beam boost. Okay, that's what we thought the first upgrade was. But the first one was just a psychic beam boost. But now... yeah, this is actually exactly what I thought the previous upgrade was. Okay, so we're at the halfway mark with this. We've got 2 more upgrades with this. As you can see, because one at the... well, 3/4 mark by height, not by proportion. Yeah, I wonder actually how much of the green energy crystal indicator on the left is volume accurate. I guess it kind of splits in the middle though, so hard to tell. You know, like is 75% actually 75%, or is it much more than that because by volume at the 75% marker or the 3/4 line marker, I guess, you've got the bulge in the middle. I'm not going to be the one to find out. Okay, so... the next waypoint, of course, is at the mines. We have... let me figure out what we can actually do with the spider ball. Actually, I haven't really kind of inspected Fairy Green itself. I don't think there was much more to look at there, though. Given that it's just a tiny little home base that didn't really leave us much, except we had the statue early on that I think is almost certainly breakable with Power Bomb, but that was the only thing that kind of stuck out at me. Also, was this whole shape here? Oh, is that just a tree, I think. So, Spider Ball doesn't really give me any insight into these things that are just buried under rocks, I think. Nor does it give me anything to look at over here, so... naturally... oh yeah, no, that's the marker for the mech part. Naturally, the next thing to do is to actually follow the quest and go to the mines. I think we'll do that next time. I think we will tag the nearest save point today and leave it at that. We might try out the control beam quickly to see just how fast it is. Yeah, it is not that the control is any faster, is that it probably slows down time even better. And then, right, you can boost it ahead of you. Give it some speed. Okay. Nope, couldn't stay away. Yeah, when I got the last beam upgrade, Samphis, you're saying, didn't it say you have to hold the button to speed up? You were thinking of this one. Yep. Yep, and I was thinking this was the upgrade as well, before I realized, okay, control beam is one thing and psychic beam is what it is by default. Yeah, it looks like the standard flight speed is still the same. It's more that if we have things in motion, we'll see if that comparative speed, like, you know, how much the rotors slow down and such, is affected at all. But we are going to leave off here for today. Pretty sizable session, actually. And, you know, it felt pretty relaxed, so I didn't realize I'd been on this long, because we were kind of in and out of Flare Pool pretty early, and just spent the rest of the time mopping up the map, really. I actually didn't realize how long I took with that because it felt like we were just going point to point and sweeping everything up pretty efficiently here and there. But, that's nice, actually, that we had a little bit of time to ignore Mackenzie's pleas to call him under radio and sweep up what we can. In terms of our collection percentage, items 63%, so that's almost double what we started with today. We were in the 30s at the beginning of this session. But that's what getting a lot of the necessary progression items gets you, right? I mean, we're really just missing Powerbomb at this point. It doesn't feel like we're headed into late game, to be honest. Probably because of how generally relaxed this experience has been. We don't know how much more there is beyond the teleporter gate. There's a lot to deal with plot-wise, of course, still. But I guess we'll find out what's left. And we've swept up a lot of what's available to me at this point, I think. So we'll leave it here today, and we'll pass you folks on to somewhere else. Thank you so much for joining me for this session as I dip back in here after a few days off unexpectedly. But we'll try to be back on tomorrow in about the same time frame, and we'll see how much further we get. Obviously, the first priority will just be to push on to the mines segment and see how we do there. So, once again, thanks so much for watching. We will scan around for another destination. And until we meet again next time, have fun with whatever it is you may be making or playing or otherwise taking in. And as usual, fare thee well.